Very good morning, learners. Hello,
Good morning.
Jai. Yes, good morning, Asha. Good morning, Santosh. Ajay, please add your enrollment number to your name. So while others join, Varsha, can I have your update? Have you completed?
Uh, Yesterday exercises I have completed the two exercises,
You have
but
completed both the exercises.
yes, sir.
Okay, but you have marked only. Just a minute,
No, sir. Actually,
Varsha. Okay, you
I've
have.
written.
Okay, just okay. So you are also not able to push the code.
Yes, sir. Not able to fork. So
Yeah, okay. I can. So probably the issue will get resolved by today.
okay, sir.
So what about okay, Arsha. So what about Varsha, your pending exercises? Have you started working on it?
Yes, sir. I completed a tic tac toe. So I updated the URL. Now
Okay, try to
the
complete the other
yes,
things. At least test cases will be easier one. You could have completed
yes,
that
sir.
too.
That is in process. I already started, and then I'll start with fetch UI, and then we'll do promise one.
Okay, okay, Varsha. So Rohini,
Yes, sir. Good morning.
yeah, Rohini,
Yes,
did
sir.
you went watch the videos and have you started working on the exercises?
Yes, sir. I have started display. I have only thing that button when we click on button uh, that display on the screen. No?
Yeah, dialog box.
Dialog box, and that is not completed. Rest is completed. Only 10% is remaining in that. I'm working
Okay.
in test cases.
Okay, Rohini, did you watch the videos of yesterday's session in
No,
Angular?
no, sir. Today I'll go through that one.
Okay, okay, Rohini. Santosh,
Yes, sir. Sir,
Santosh,
completed Angular
are you
project, sir.
working
Update.
late night?
Sir, it is taking me some time, sir. So I have to work some more time. Yes, sir.
Santosh,
I'll catch
don't
up with the.
overburden yourself. So what I can say is, if
Sir.
you're working till 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, okay, the next day when we start the session, how you will be able to concentrate? You will be literally tired. Okay,
Yes. I will just. I will keep.
can I
I
understood?
have to keep
Can you
up with
understood
the.
what I'm trying to say?
Yes, sir. Understood, sir.
Yeah, you can wake up early, at least by 5 or 4 o'clock. You can wake early and start working. That's fine. But in the night,
Okay.
make sure that you work only till 11 o'clock or maximum 10 will be fine. Don't work beyond it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, this is
Okay.
for all of you. Okay, so you can work and you are good to put your efforts. Okay, but the problem is, say if you are working till 1 o'clock or till midnight or till late in the early morning of 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, it is fine. Okay, but think of the situation which you will be having in the next day. The next day when we start the session, you will not be completely attentive. Even if you are awake, even if you are watching the listening to the sessions and are able to understand what we say, but it will not be 100%, or you can say it will not be fruitful. Okay, it is just like, say you have a something served on a plate and you will be able to eat only just a small part of it. You will just say, I had my dinner, that's it. Can you understand, guys? Santosh, and this is mainly for you
Yes,
because
yes, sir.
I
Yes, sir.
saw you working late. So what eventually will happen is you will not be able to understand completely or assimilate what we teach in the next day session. And again, when you start working on that particular day's exercises or challenges, you will be in trouble, and the things becomes like a cycle. Okay, you will have a backlog, you need to work late night, complete it, and the next day again you will not be able to work. So try to avoid it. Have some or take some rest between your session. A good sleep is necessary, only then you can understand or be more attentive during the sessions, and you will be more productive. In other words, in simple terms, you will be more productive. You can check this yourself. Say one day, if you are wake till 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, and if you wake tomorrow the next day in the around 6 o'clock, the entire day you will be wake, but you will not be more productive like you used to have on a usual time when you have a sleep of 6 to 7 hours. Okay, so please avoid that, guys. Okay, so Aishwarya.
Yes, sir. Sir, I completed the static asset optimization, and the two tasks that we did yesterday, I did that. The basic Angular application, I completed that, but the output is not coming, sir. Cannot get is the error. And the other one, opinionated, was completed, but I was not able to push it.
Opinion. Yeah, you were not able to push it, but I was not able to see your status as completed also. Okay,
No,
now
no,
I have updated it.
sir,
Okay.
the opinionated is not giving me the expected output, and the basic Angular project is completed, but I'm not able to push it. So I have written
Okay, so
completed.
opinion way you are having some error. Okay,
Yes, sir.
okay, so we can connect and check that. Srihari, good morning.
Yes, yes, sir. Good morning.
Srihari.
Yeah.
Shreyas, can you add your enrollment number to your name?
Yeah.
Aishwarya and Ajay also.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, yes, yesterday I worked on this fetching data UI. I wrote the code for table rows and also for modal, but it's still not giving output. Some confusion is still there, so I'll connect up with you after the session, sir. It won't take much time to complete it. I'll connect up with you, sir. Then I have also gone through the yesterday's concept Angular framework, and I was going going through the tutorials.
What the exercises what we gave yesterday? Have you completed it?
No, sir. Create one of the exercises. Create a basic Angular project. That is what we have already done. No, sir. In the morning, yesterday morning.
Yes. Morning
so,
session. Yeah.
Yeah. If that was giving me the output, so can I mark it as complete, sir?
Yes, if you have completed
that one,
then you can mark it completed. But make sure you push the code.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
And,
I want the URL. Don't mark it as completed just. Okay.
Oh,
if you are
okay,
able
sir.
to push it, push and provide the URL.
Okay, sir.
And what about the opinionated way?
Yeah, that is still not done, sir. Only half done. I'll also complete it, sir.
The opinionated way will not take much time compared to your first one. Just by executing few commands, your exercise is completed.
Yes, sir. Generating the components. Sir, first we should. I have a small doubt, sir. First, we should create the component for of given what is that?
Module. You need to create the module for application and admin.
Yes, sir. So in admin component again we have to create a board card and list, or we should create those components in app. We have two components now, sir. One is app, that is default one, and we have to add another component called admin.
Yes.
So
Showcase sharing, can discuss it again.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So what about yourself, Shreyas?
Hello, sir.
Yes, Rohini.
Sir, we have quiz now.
Yes, Rohini. So once I done with Shreyas, you can start. Okay, guys. So meanwhile, I check with Shreyas. You can take your quiz and connect back, get back to the session after you complete your quiz. Okay, so hope you will complete it by half an hour. Okay, we'll start the session at 9:45. Is it clear, guys? Can I get the confirmation from all of you? Varsha, Jay, Rohini, Santosh. Okay. So
Sir,
Prashant,
yes, sir.
okay. Prashant, you joined late. Today we have a quiz. Please take the quiz and get back to the session at 9:45. Can you hear me, Prashant?
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Shreyas, okay. Thank you, Prashant. Shreyas, are you there? Shreyas.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Shreyas, okay, you can start your quiz and then I will get back to you with the details.
Okay.
Sidesh, please take the quiz. I think you read the message on Slack. Okay. Hi, Audit. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Has the session
Audit,
started?
learners are having their quiz. They're having their quiz now. So 9:45
Okay,
we'll
okay.
begin the session.
Okay, okay, ठीक है.
Okay, welcome back, guys, to the session. So, can I have your confirmation of presence? Can you raise your hand or send a message? Yeah. Shreyas, Varsha, are you there? Hello. Hello, Shreyas.
Hello.
Yes, Shreyas, I was just want your confirmation whether you are available or
Hello.
not.
Hello. Your voice is breaking.
Shreyas, Shreyas, I can hear you properly. Okay.
I guess my internet issue.
Okay. Okay,
Um.
Shreyas.
Yes. Now you're audible.
Yeah, I just want the confirmation whether you are present or not. Okay, that's it.
On Sprint. Hello.
No. So I
Confirmation on what?
started the session. I just want to know whether you are available or not. That's why I
Acha,
called your
acha,
name because others have raised their hand.
acha,
Okay.
acha, okay, okay.
And so, guys, can I have any one of your confirmation? Are you able to see my screen? Okay. Thank you, Aishwarya. So, guys, I will start from what we discussed in our yesterday's afternoon session. Okay. So, yesterday in our afternoon session, we had a small overview about different components of a web page. For example, we understood the different components of a DNB website. Okay, we learned that they have a calendar component, a filter component, different things available on a website. Say, for example, in this page, we have a map view, a component for the list of resorts, the discounts, and filters, types of place, price. These are filters. So we understood about different components of a web page, and we understood their hierarchy. Is this clear, guys? Do you guys have any doubt in this? Guys, can I have your confirmation? Do you have any doubt in this part? Okay. So whenever we talk about a page, you will have any website. Okay. Airbnb or a Flipkart or Amazon or any website will have a page, and depending upon the components, they have their own hierarchy. So you will have a view, and within your view, you may have a component or a different view within a view. So this will be your general hierarchy of a web page. So why we need to categorize or group different components? The first thing is, if you compare this with your Java programming, you will have different packages. So each package will be having a unique functionality or will be responsible for a particular task. Yes or no, guys? Yes. Okay. Just similar to that, what we are going to do is we are going to create a a web application which will allow us to Sudesh. Okay. Sudesh, what I was saying is in your Java project, you will have different packages. So each package will be responsible for a particular task or will perform some specific task operations. Yes or no, Sudesh? Okay. So the benefit of this is you are able to maintain the code easily, or else if you require one particular module or a package on a different package, you can just import them and make use of the same package. You don't want to create a new package, or you don't want to code anything again and again. So helps you to create an application, and it helps you to maintain it more easily. In the same way, when we understand the different components of a web page, it will be easy for us to maintain the code, as well as whenever we want to add some features or we want to change the layout of our web page, it will be easy for us to perform these operations. So we'll be performing designing our web application using Angular, which is following a component based hierarchy. Okay, so that's why we need to understand the structure of a web page. So what we did yesterday was we had a simple Angular application using Angular components. So when we say Angular components, each component will represent a particular part of a web page. Okay, so then we had a demo, something like this. Okay, so I will start from here itself. Okay, so guys, this is again just a recap. If you have a pen and paper, please take note of this, because these are very important. And why? Because you can watch the recorded videos, that is fine, but the problem is, okay, but the problem is when you are not able to understand, or when you stuck with something, you need to watch the video completely, or you need to forward it and spend a lot of time to find a solution, or to understand what you're not able to understand. Okay, so if you have the habit of taking notes for Angular, it will be more beneficial for you guys. So it will not make you to waste a lot of time on watching the recorded sessions. Okay, so I will start from creating a component using Angular CLI. So the command for generating a component is ng generate component and the name of your component. So in this example, we are just creating a component called card. So the sample is given here in this picture. You can see this is not a module. So since it is not a module, we don't have anything called as card.module.ts. Okay, it is just a component in our web page. So when you have a component, three things are required. So one is you need to provide, since it is an Angular project, you need to provide some logical things using your TypeScript. So that will be provided in your card.component.ts. This is your TypeScript file. Next will be your HTML file, where you will be providing your HTML layout for that particular compound. So your content should have some style. So you have something called a CSS styling sheet. So when you create or when you execute the command ng generate component, this structure will be added to your project. Okay, you are not going to generate these files manually. So these files are generated automatically when you execute this command. Again, this particular part .spec.ts is a optional file. Okay, if you want to compare this with the Java project, hope you all remember, whenever you create a Java project, you will have a separate package called test. Yes or no, guys? In Maven project, when you create a Java project, you will have a separate package called test. Yes or no? Okay. So the test package or test module will have a similar directory structure to your project. Yes or no? I need confirmation for this also. Your source code directory and your test case directory will have a same structure. Okay. So which means whenever you want to test a particular package or library in your source code, that should be available in your test package. The same thing happens here. So whenever we create a component, by default, Angular provides a file called component.spec.ts, which is responsible for writing some test cases to your component. If you don't want this, you can skip this. Okay, it is optional. If you want, you can allow it, or else you can skip it by passing an argument skip test equal to true to your ng generate component command. This is clear, guys? Okay. So next thing. So when you open your component class, okay, I will show the demo what we discussed yesterday. So guys, I'm not discussing about hero component, a plain component file which you have when you generate your project. Okay, when you create your project, so you will have a app.module.ts, app.component.ts, app.spec.ts, and component.html and component.cs. These files will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 files will be available on your directory by default when you create a new Angular project. Okay, so now we need to understand about this component. So when I open this component, you can compare with this. So you will have, first thing is @component decorator. So just like your Java project has a predefined structure, a component will have a predefined structure. So just like your class and a methods for a particular class file, Java file, here your component will have a decorator called @component. So in this component, you are going to provide 3 important parameters. One is your selector. So this selector we will use, it is just like a name for your tag. So this tag I will be using on my HTML page. Okay. So based on that, your Angular will apply the style sheet for this particular view. Second thing is template URL. So which template I should use for this component? So by default, it will be app.component.html. You can see you have a file called app.component.html. So this file is my template. And next, which style sheet I should use for my template? So my style sheet will be using a template called app.component.cs. That's what the basic structure. So first thing, you have a component decorator, a selector name, a template, and if you want, your style sheet. Okay. So next thing is, again, if you compare this with your Java project, any Java class file will have some input. So you will import some packages depending on your requirement. So your component class will have a import which is called from a package called Angular code. And next, this component is having a, is going to expose something. What it is having a class called app component, and the value for this class has a value called title equal to tour of heroes. This is clear, guys? Can you understand till now the component class?
Sir, could you please explain the last point, the title?
This one, export.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, if you want this, I will go back to JavaScript. So do you remember, guys, in our data validation and your fetch exercises, data fetching exercises in JavaScript, you had a keyword called export and the name of that particular class or a method, and only then you were able to import those validation rule to your next file, contact service. Do you remember this, guys? Guys, I need your confirmations. In your persistent storage application, we had two script files. One is script.js and second one is contact service. So if you want to call contact service, any one of method which is available in contact service in your script.js, what you did, contact service will have a method called, will have a line called export and the name on which that particular method should be exported. Yes or no? Yes. So in your script.js, what we did, we just imported component service. So after validation, we were able to call a method in component service. Exactly the same thing is happening here also. The syntax is a little bit different. So what happens here is we have a class called app component. Okay. So since it is my main module, your execution starts from this component, app component. So what happens inside this class, I have a member called title, which is tour of heroes. So I just want to export it. Why I want to export is only when I export it, I will be able to import it from a different file. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. And it would get exported by the name, the title, right?
App component, app component.
Okay.
Okay. So since you have asked this doubt, I will start from modules again. So when you create a module, okay, you will have a file called app.module.ts. This is just like your main file in your, so main class in your Java project. So your execution starts from this module, and you can see that this will export a class export module. And again, you can see this component consists of two module declarations. One is app component and heroes component. So your execution will depends upon these two components, app components and heroes component. Okay, so your execution starts from here. Now after your component, next thing is okay. So one more thing to be discussed. Okay, so guys, what I showed here you is in template URL, you are allowed to provide the file, HTML file. Okay, we are referring to an external file. Instead of this, you can also provide a inline text, something like this. Instead of providing template URL, you have a tag just called template. Within quotes, you can provide whatever you want. So here in this example, we are just using h1 tag and p tag. Is it clear? Is it clear, guys? Okay. Now coming back to our HTML file.
Can you please
so
go back to the previous slide once?
Okay. This one, right? This one or this one?
So external file for template that we are using.
This one.
Yeah. So in both of them, like external file and when we are directly giving the template, so the font or the type of template will be the same.
Sorry, I cannot get you. What you said? Type of?
So the template in both the cases will be same or would be different?
Will be the same. is a simple template, you can go with this inline. Say if you are having a 50 lines of HTML code, okay, then you can provide it in a separate HTML file and just refer it using template
Yes,
URL.
sir.
Both will work in the same manner. If you are having a style sheet, those styles will be applied to your HTML page. Okay.
Yes.
So now coming back to our HTML page, app.component.html. So if you remember, in this app.component, we had a title called Tour of Heroes. Okay, I'm going to display this title on my HTML page. So how it is going to be done is, see inside my h1 tag, I'm having a two curly braces. Within curly braces, we have the name of my variable, which is title. This is called as interpolation. So why we need is, say for example, if you are having a page something like this, so it will display a default message always. Say if you are having welcome Tom Cruise in your h1 tag, what will happen? Irrespective of number the users, okay, even if I log into a particular page, I will have the same message, welcome Tom Cruise. Even if Shreyas or Aishwarya or someone logins to the same page, you will have the same welcome message. But think of in a different way. Think if you are logging to your Gmail or your NIT login. So once you log in, you can see there will be a name. Hi, in my login, it will be hi Johnson, or in your case, it will be hi Aishwarya, or hi Shreyas, or hi Deepak. It will be dynamic. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Yeah. So how to achieve this dynamic nature is, we will, instead of this welcome Tom Cruise, what we can do is, I can provide a curly brace here, and I can provide a message from my component layer. So that is what we are doing here. So what happens? So depending upon the value, this particular message which is getting displayed on the screen will be changing. I can show you the page now. So right now, can you see this, guys? Tour of Heroes. Are you able to see this? Yeah, okay. So what I will do is, so right now I have just only title. So this title is based upon, yeah, this one. So it is based upon title. So what if I will add one more thing, like a name, and I will say Johnson, for example, and inside my component.html page, I will just add h2 tag, welcome, and this will be name. So I'm just, since the application is already running, I just save the file. It is getting reloaded. Can you see this, guys? Tour of Johnson, welcome Johnson. So what is happening here? See, I am just providing the value from a permanent static field name. Okay. Instead of this, you can fetch this value from a database or an external file and make your application more dynamic. Is it clear, guys? Is it clear? I want confirmation from all of you guys. Yeah, thank you. So this we call it as text interpolation. Okay. In terms of binding, we have one-way binding, two-way binding, and in one way we have text interpolation and property binding, and okay, event binding we will discuss later. Okay. So in text interpolation, what we just did is a text interpolation. So instead of text, you can also have URL of a different media. It can be an image or a audio file or a document. You can provide the URL of that particular documents also. So this is called as text interpolation. Is it clear, guys? Okay. So now after text interpolation, we need to understand what is one-way binding. So one-way binding means whenever there is a change in your model, it will be reflected in your view. That is one-way binding. What we just demonstrated is a one-way binding. Say if I delete this, it will be reflected on my page. So it is one-way binding. So from my backend application or my web application, it is getting displayed on my view. View is the page which the user can see. Okay, or you can, in other words, the view which is getting rendered on a browser is called as view. But what is happening in one-way binding is you have a model. So model is your HTML page. Okay, model is just HTML. So it just says how your data should be represented on a browser or a different source. Okay, template. Sorry guys, I made a different wrong thing. So template will be your HTML. Okay, so how it shows how your page should be displayed, and model will be your data. Okay. Okay, so what happens? Both your data and HTML page are combined and will be displayed on your view. This is one-way binding. Now, next we have another thing called two-way binding. So for the best example for two-way binding is your contact application. Again, I will go with the same thing. So in your fetching data from a contact storage, what happens whenever you provide you provide an input to your contact? So whenever you create a new contact using the form, what happens? The contact is getting saved on a storage, persistent storage, and at the same time, the same contact is getting displayed on the table on the right of the form. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? So this is one simple example of two-way binding. So what is happening here is you have a view. Okay, you already have a view and you already have a predefined template. But what happens whenever user makes some changes or performs some action on the view? It can be providing some input to the on a form, or it can be clicking on a button or any action. Okay, whenever he performs an action, that particular action will be having a output based upon the model. So if it is your contact form, that contact form should be stored on a persistent storage, and at the same time it will provide a response, and that particular response will be again rendered on a table. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Can I have your responses from all of you guys? Yeah, this we call as two-way binding. So it is the communication is happening between your view and model in two directions, or you can say bidirectional. So whenever you make some changes in your view, it is getting reflected on your model, and based upon that, again, depending on the logic you have provided, the model will provide a response. It can be a data or some other response. Okay, and that again will be reflected on your view, and it will be based upon your predefined template. So this is called as two-way binding. Okay, so what we just discussed now is two-way, sorry, it is one-way binding, guys. I will just remove this for now. Okay. Now we need to understand about the next thing. So what happens is, so guys, can you see we have one more tag called app heroes? If you're not able to see, let me know, guys. I will try to make it large. So can you see this? We have a tag called app-heroes. Okay. So what this tag is going to do? Thank you, guys. So what this tag is going to do is, see in my main layout. So if you consider app.component.html page, this will be your index page. You can consider this as an index page of your HTML application. So HTML page. Okay. So in your index page, dynamically you can make changes using JavaScript. Yes or no? You can manipulate your HTML page using JavaScript. Yes. Something similar is happening here. So my app.component.html file, which is available when you create your project, will be acting as your index page. Depending upon your logic, you can add or remove different components in your application. Sorry, in your page. Say, you can see we have another component called heroes. Can you see this, guys? On my browser, sorry, on my left side. Yes. So heroes is just a component. Again, I'm repeating and I'm stressing on this word. This is a component. So if you check, we don't have any files called module. Okay, we have only heroes.component, heroes.component.html, heroes.component.cs. So this is just a component. So what we are doing here is we provide the logic or the structure for this particular heroes component, and we are just calling that particular component in our index page. So what is happening? You can check here. This is my heroes component. Okay. So in my heroes component, just as usual, your component will have a @component decorator. So, and your decorator will have three important properties. One is selector, template URL, and style URLs. And if you see style URLs, you can have more than one style sheets. So that's why you can see it is represented in the form of a array. So you can have it. So, and what we have imported here is we are importing two libraries from the Angular code. One is component and on init. So on init is a interface. So what will happen? So if you go through this, you can see it is a life cycle hook that is called when a Angular has initialized. So which means when your Angular application is getting initialized, this on init method will be called. Okay, this method will be initialized. So this will be responsible for initializing all data bound properties of your directory. Is it clear, guys? Is this clear? Okay. So you can understand by this the name itself, on init. So on initialization of your Angular project. Excuse me. So Angular, this on init method will initialize all your data. Okay. So next you can see I have imported one more file called heroes. So what this is, it is just a TypeScript file which contains an array of user ID and name. Okay, this is just for a, like the file name, it is just a mock data. Okay, I want to display this data on my browser, on my HTML page. Okay, this is just an array of data. If you don't want this, you can make your application connect with the external server, get data, fetch data from those applications and display it. Since we have not started discussing about it, for this demonstration, we have used a array of a list of values. Okay. So first list will have ID and name. 11, Dr. Nice. 12, Narco. So this is just a list. I'm just calling this. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just importing those packages. Only then I can use it in my application. And next, I have a class called heroes component, and this heroes component is implementing my on init interface. So remember guys, like I said, on init is a interface. So we are implementing on init in our class. So we are implementing it. So what is happening here? I'm just referring to the heroes class and getting, see, from heroes, I'm just referring to those heroes, and I'm just creating a empty constructor. And what is this is, when you call your on init interface, it eventually calls a Angular a callback method called ng on init. Okay, so it is a callback method which is invoked immediately after you made some changes in your directives, okay, or the properties of your application. So this is just a list of heroes. That's it. I've not done anything. And you can see the selector for this particular component is heroes. Okay. I am just using this on my index.html page, which is, yeah, app.component. Can you see? I'm using the same name, app-heroes will be available on my app.component.html. Can you see this, guys? Are you able to understand this? If you're not able to understand, please let me know. I will repeat again. Okay, done. So app component is completed. From now on, I will not open this application. Okay. So now we want to design our component structure. Okay. We have just said that we have a component called app heroes, but we have not said how it should be displayed. So we have a list of users. So when we have a list of users, sorry, okay, guys, think of your contact service application again. In your contact service, what we did, we used a for loop to iterate over the objects of contacts, and then we displayed it on a table. Yes or no? Ajay, what about others? Yes, thank you guys. The same is happening here also. We have a list of heroes. I want to iterate over this heroes object and display it on a page. And the structure for how this heroes list should be displayed is, I'll be providing it in a file called heroes.component.html. Okay, so just for the demo, I've commented it. So now I'm just uncommenting it. So what is happening in this HTML page? I have a tag called head tag called my heroes, and this is a unordered list with the class heroes. And can you see this, guys? Star ng for yes, true. Yeah, before I think it is not available. Okay, I will explain it here itself. So what is happening here is the star ng for so what is happening here is star ng for is just similar to your for each in our JavaScript or Java files. Okay, Java project. So it is an expression provided by our Angular module. So what this does is it iterates over my heroes object. This is not a just a string, guys. It is an expression. What we are doing here is heroes will be the object which I am passing it from my heroes.component. Can you see this? Can you see this, guys? Heroes equal to heroes. This heroes on the right in uppercase is what you have imported at line number 2. I'm just assigning it to another variable of lower cases, heroes, heroes, lower cases. Okay, so this is just an object. I'm just iterating over that object. So it is something like this. For each, you will be having something like this. For each I in, say, heroes. Do you remember this, guys? We have worked in for each statement something like this. Yeah, this exactly works the same. So instead of I, what we have is we have hero. Instead of in, we have of. So let is just a variable. You are creating a variable hero. That's it. So hero object of list of heroes object. That's it. So you are iterating over it, and just like your contacts application inside our band, we are just referring to each properties of this particular object, which is hero.id will display the first id of the first id of the first hero. Hero.name will display the name of the first hero. So now if I save this and when the page renders, can you see this, guys? We have a list. Yes or no? I want the confirmation from all of you. Can you understand the changes? What is happening? Yes, thank you, guys. So what we have actually did is, this is just a module. Okay, if you check our component.app.component.html, we have not provided any logic or any properties or any tag for this heroes. How to display this heroes? We are just calling a component called app-heroes. The logic or the structure, the style, everything related to this app heroes are provided in my components heroes.component.ts, and the structure, the view, the template is provided in my heroes.component.html. Is it clear, guys? So now, next thing. Next, we need to understand about event binding, which is again a one-way binding. Okay, so if you think of a form, when you click on a button, whatever you have typed in your input text field, it is getting added to a database or a storage, or it is getting transferred somewhere. Okay, but when I click on a button, we say there is a event. Yes or no, guys? An event takes place. When I click on this button, an event is taking place. Yes or no? Yes. So now, how to bind this event to our application? Say, if you want to add event to a button, just similar to your HTML tag, we have a tag called button, but the logic to provide your event binding is little different. Usually what we do, guys, say if we have a button and then we have a method called on click. Yes or no, guys? This on click method, sorry, on click event will have a method. So when I click on this button, that particular method will be called. So instead of this on click method, what we have here is a click event enclosed within brackets. Okay, so instead of on click which we have in JavaScript, here we have, sorry, on HTML or JavaScript, here we have a event called click. Okay, next, within, after equal to, within double quotes, just similar to your HTML codes, within double quotes you will provide a method which has to be called. So this will be your target event name. So event is when I click on the button. So when I click on the button, what should happen? It should call a method called onSave. So this is called as template statement. So similar to this, you can have different actions like a keystroke of your keyboard, the mouse movements, left, right, or when you hover over a particular button, you can highlight it. So all this can be done. It can be clicks or touches, whatever it is, you can bind those event to your elements in your HTML page. Is it clear, guys? Is this clear? This is just a structure. Okay. Next thing is, after event binding, we need to fetch data from our form. Again, if you think of the contact form application we have developed, so you had a form, and when you click on the button, what happens? All the data from that form is getting converted into a contact object, and then it is stored on a persistent storage. Yes or no, guys? All the values from each input field is getting converted into a contact object of that particular user. The same we need to perform here in our application also. So what we will have is to have a form in our component. Okay, if you want to have a form component in your project, what you need to do is you need to import forms module. Okay, you need to import forms module. So which file will contain this import is, can you see this, guys? App.module. So when you create your Angular project, you will have a file called app.module.ts. In this app.module.ts, you can see we have imported two packages. One is forms module, another one is browser module. Is it clear, guys? First thing, if you want to use forms module in your application, you in your app.module.ts, you will provide a configuration for importing different modules. For forms, we have imported a module called forms module. Okay. Next thing, what you need to do after importing this forms module, you can add a tag just similar to your button. For event, we had a click event within curly braces. Here in our forms, we have something which is within square brackets. Within brackets, we have ng model. This helps you to bind your HTML form element to any property which you have defined. Is it clear, guys? I will show the demo just for explanation. I am explaining this. If you have any doubt, please ask me. Others, can I get the confirmation from all of you guys? So what about Deepak, Shreyas, Srihari, Varsha, Rohini, yeah, Pranali? Pranali, can I have your response? Thank you, Pranali. Okay. So, okay, done. So this is how to capture our data from user view. I'm done with it. Okay. So after capturing data from, for capturing data from the view, you need to follow two steps. One is you need to import it, and then you need to add ng model. So how your code will look is something like this. What happens? This is a app.module ts which I just showed. In your imports, you will have forms module. Okay. This is for your module. Next is, it can be any component, guys. Again, if you are having app.component, what you can do is you will have a form tag, a label for the form, and if there is an input field for this particular input field, you can see ng model, and the whatever data you provide to this particular input field will be mapped to a current item object of property name. Is it clear? If you again compare this with contact, you will have contact dot name, contact dot phone number, contact dot email. Something similar to that we are having here. So what is happening? Based on the configurations you have provided in your TS file, this object will get values from your input fields. Is it clear? Can I move to next? Okay. Okay, guys. So now what I will do is, okay, I will just make some changes here, guys. I will just comment it instead of typing the code again. I will just copy paste from my existing code. I will tell you what's happening here. Before this, I will just comment this and tell you what is happening. Okay. So guys, can you see the difference? Wait, I will show the inspect element. So guys, so what I have done here is, this one is the same code which will be providing the list of, displaying the list of heroes. Okay. The next thing is, I have a h2 tag which will display the hero name and ID based on my selection. Okay. What I mean is, say, is this not visible? Browser.
No, sir. Not visible.
Okay, sorry guys. Okay. So can you see the browser now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I will tell you why the name is not getting displayed. I will tell you. So, but it is generating a list, but it is not able to display the name. That is one. Okay. Thing is, what I actually want is when I click on a button, which is I'm going to have a event binding. When I click on a list element, that particular list should be displayed on my on a separate component. Okay, on a separate layout below my list. Again, if you want to compare this with contact, when you click on the view button, you will have a small dialog box which will display the contacts of a particular user. Similar kind of thing I want to implement here. So what happens when I have a list of heroes? When I click on any one of the hero, it should be displayed here. But the problem is, but the problem is when the page loads, I have added a separate div elements for displaying the selected values. But the problem here is, just a So what I was saying is, guys, so I have a separate div tag which will display the items which I have selected. Okay, so I just want to, so whenever I select a particular list, that particular element should be displayed on my on a separate component. Okay, what happens here is by default, say I will reload this page again. Okay, can you see this, guys? When I reload, when your page first time when it opens, you are not able to display anything. Can you see this, guys? I want your confirmations. Yes. So what is happening here is, can you see on the right, we have some error. Cannot read property name of undefined. So this happens whenever I reload the page, this error is getting displayed. So now you will have again the same error. Cannot read property. So what is happening here is when your page loads for the first time, you have not performed any action, which is you have not selected any list object. So that's why what happens, only when I click on a list element, this particular div will be having some objects to display. So only then it can display the ID and name. So since you are having some issue here itself, which means even without selecting, you are not able to select anything or display anything. So that's why you are having an issue. For that, to overcome this, what you can do is you can add a div tag, a separate div tag with a angular expression called ng if selected hero. Okay, so what this ng if will do is just like your if clause. If the condition is true, perform an action. So what happens when I have not? Okay, so now you can see this should work. So what is happening when I've not, and you can see I don't get an error. So what is happening when I've not selected any user, okay, any hero, when I have not selected any list, your select hero object will be null or undefined. So when it is undefined, this particular from line number 15 to 17 will not be displayed. H2 div, these three elements will be not displayed. So when I click on element, this particular thing will be displayed. So how it is getting implemented? So for that, we need to move to our heroes.component.ts file. So it is these lines are just the same. Export class hero component, implement on init, and then I have a list of heroes. It is same. The additional changes is happening from line number 12. Okay, I will, before going to that, I have added, or you can say I have imported one more file called hero. Okay, what this is, you can see in my hero.ts, what I've done is I'm just having a class and I'm defining the properties of a hero object. Okay, so a hero object will have a number, a string, and a constructor. Is this clear, guys? This is again a separate class file for defining a template for my heroes. Yeah, thank you. So I'm just having a class for hero, which will be ID, name, and a constructor for that particular hero. I'm just importing this. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm just importing this class to my heroes.component ts. Okay, and what I have done here, when I select an hero, and guys, can I have your answers? Why we are having a question mark here? Can any one of you unmute yourself and say why we are having question mark? I have received reply from Ajay. What about others? Not compulsory. Okay. Others? So it is, you can consider like this. Okay, unless and until I select a hero, it will be not available. Okay, like your answers, it is optional. Okay, I'm not aware of my selected hero. Unless and until I select a hero, this particular object will not be available. Okay, and this will be based upon my hero object. Okay, so hero object is which I have defined in a separate class, which has ID and name. Okay, so this will have this object selected hero will follow a pattern of hero. Okay. Yes. Okay. So first thing is that. So next thing is, what about the form? Okay. Forget about this for now. We don't want that now. Okay. And these are just exactly the same code. I have a constructor and an ng on in it. Both are empty for now. If you want, you can add some method calls inside your ng on in it. For now, I don't want any method calls. That's why it is empty. Coming back to our select hero. So if you check our heroes.component.html, can you see this, guys? I have a property called selected hero and a method called on select. Can you see this? Can I have your confirmations, guys? Yes. So these two properties are configurations for these two properties are available on my so these two properties I am providing here. So what happens when I select? So what happens when I click on a list? So when I click, say for example, narco, what is happening? Event is getting triggered, and that particular event is calling a method called on select, and you are passing an object called hero. Okay, so from where I'm getting this hero object, you can see when I use or when I iterate over my heroes object, each list will have a hero object, and I'm passing this hero object as argument to my select method. So that's how when I click on a hero, that particular object is getting passed to my next set of elements, and that element is getting displayed on below my list. Is it clear, guys? Is this clear? So guys, only this code I'll be explaining each and every line. Next thing is, next demonstration I'll be just providing you the demo. So try to follow me. If you're not able to understand, stop me wherever you're not able to understand. Is this clear, guys? Yeah, thank you, Ajay. What about others? Rohini, Varsha, Aishwarya, Shreyas.
Sir, can you brief like which file from where we are importing, exporting, that thing?
Yeah, okay. So I think Aishwarya, right?
No, sir, Pranali.
Pranali. So okay. So Pranali, if you think of your Java project, you will have a model class. Yes or no?
Yes.
Similar to that, what we have done here is we have a list of heroes. Okay. Please understand the difference. I am talking about heroes, more than one hero. So that is separated. For each hero is an object of hero class. Can you accept it or not?
Yes.
Okay. So I need to create a class for hero. So what I've done is inside the app, we have a class called hero.ts. Okay. It is just a TypeScript file where I have a class called hero, and this class have two properties. One is ID and name of that particular hero. And I'm having a constructor with just a empty name. That's it. Okay, this is just a class. Can you understand this guy, Pranali?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is a class. Now I need to import this class to my heroes component. So in heroes component, I'm just importing this class, which is hero class, and when I import, I'll be using the name hero. So that's why selected hero will be using hero object. Is it clear?
Okay.
Okay. Is there, is there anything you can't understand till now apart from this?
That line number 1 component comma on it. What is that?
Okay. Okay. Pranali, if you again, I want to compare this with Java code. So when you have create your own Java project, for each module, you will have some unique import. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, you will import some packages like utility package or date and time package, whatever it is, depending upon your requirement. The same thing, I am having a component class. This is a component. Okay, so the libraries related to component are provided by @Angular core. So from @Angular core, I'm just going to use two interfaces. One is component and another one is on init. So by default, if you check any component which you create, say app.component, you will have this one import component from Angular core. But we are adding something extra here. What is happening here is when you render this Angular application on a browser, you are having multiple components. Say, for example, one component for a list, one component for the form. So in that case, what happens when your application is getting rendered on a browser, it indirectly what is happening, you are calling a Angular lifecycle. So each component based upon the event which is happening on the browser, that particular component will have or will start its lifecycle. Similarly, when you request for another component, because this heroes component will be displayed on my app.component.html. Do you agree this or not, Pranali?
Yes.
Okay. So what happens when app.component renders on the browser, it is starting an Angular lifecycle of another component, which is heroes.component. So I need to initialize it. So for initializing, the Angular code has a method, has an interface called on init. Okay, you can see the description. A lifecycle hook that is called after Angular has initialized all data-bound properties of a directive. So once you have initialized all or rendered all the properties on a page, on init will be called. So this will again initialize other things. So what happens when on init? That's why you can see in my class heroes component, I am implementing this interface on init. This on init interface will in turn have a method called ng on init. Okay, it is a callback method. Is this clear, Pranali? Till now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What you can do here is say, say for example, you have a component of map. If you compare this with BNB's website, Airbnb's website, you had a view for map. So if you want to display map data, you need to connect it. You need your application to connect with the Google's map server or a different service provider. So in that case, only when you connect, you can display that particular map. Your application will just provide the layout where you can display the map. So in that case, what you can do is in this ng on init method, you can provide some logic or you can call another method which will connect or fetch data from a database or a different server. You can provide that. or if you want to display a alert message or a dialog box before a page loads, you can provide it here. Say for, or else if you want the user to sign up before the page loads. In some pages, the moment you open the login to that particular page, you cannot see the page, but it will display a dialog box and ask you to sign up. Have you seen this? And Pranali and guys, this question is for all of you. Have you seen something like this? Yes. The same, those methods can be called in your ng on init. When you want something to be rendered before your page renders completely, you can then those things can be provided in your ng on init method. So right now in our application it is empty. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now coming back to our on select method. So what I am done, whenever we click on a list or a hero, that particular event will call a method on select hero. So when I call that method, what happens? The selected hero object is having a value of hero based upon my selection. It is completed. So this object will call the selected hero, which means you are passing value to a selected hero. So when this selected hero has some value, initially it will be undefined, it will not have any value. Or in the case, if you think in terms of Java, you have an object but you have not instantiated it with a new keyword, or you have not instantiated your object. So you are just having an object selected hero. So but when you click on the on select button, you have an object of hero. So what happens? The selected hero will have some value. So this condition fails. If the condition fails, what happens? This particular block is getting displayed. So that's how. So that's how you are able to display the display the heroes based upon your selection. Is this clear, guys? Till now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Guys, this question is all of you, not for Pranali. I received the response from Pranali. What about others? So I think this is clear. Okay. Now we need to add one more thing. So one more thing is based upon our slide. So next we need to move to our two-way binding. So if you think in terms of two-way binding, what we need in our application, we have right now we have one-way binding, which is I have a list. When I click on any element, I have an event binding also. So based upon an event, those elements will be displayed. Fine. So one-way binding is done. Now for a two-way binding, what I can do is I need to provide a form. So for form, what I will do is I'll just copy the code what I have already. Okay. So can you see this, guys? There is a small form available below my list. Okay. So right now what I have done is yeah. Not this one. Yeah. Right now what I have done is I have added a h2 tag with the name add new hero and a div tag with a label input field, a label input field. Okay. So this will be just similar to your HTML code, what we have discussed before. But only thing difference is you can see we have ng model. So as I said, if you want to fetch or read data from your input or any text fields or from your form, then you need to import ng forms in your app.module, and then you need to use this in your elements. So I have a input element and it will be of type number, and what it should, where this ng model should map this property is the property which I should have is new hero dot id. Is it clear? So what happens? Similarly, for name I have a property called new hero dot name. So what collectively I have is I have a new hero object. So when I have new hero, it is creating a new hero object based upon my hero class. Okay. Next, I have a save method. So when I click on the button save, I have a click event which will call the save method. So now I can make my form more interactive. Say I will provide a ID 21 and I will provide a name John, and when I click on the save, can you see this, guys? 21 John is getting added. Yes. Can I get confirmation from all of you guys? Okay. So thank you, guys. Hope you are all able to understand. But only thing is, if you observe, this particular block is not getting displayed unless and until I perform or a selection event takes place. This particular block will not be displayed because I have used a condition star ng if. So when I select, you can see this block is getting added. Is this clear, guys? Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys. Now we need to move to our next topic. So, guys, right now we have discussed about two-way data binding, and for two-way data binding, we have discussed about ng model and one-way binding with event. So we have discussed three things. Now, next thing to be discussed. Okay, so we have discussed about ng if ng model, it is completed. So guys, before I move to the next topic, is there any doubt or anything which you are not able to understand in the demo which we have discussed now? Can I get the response from all of you guys? Only then I can move to the next topic.
Sir, in line number 23 and 28, you have written label for ID and for name.
Yes.
So we are defining the IDs. What?
No. This label will just display your text, right?
No. For ID and for name.
Yes. For ID and for name, what it will do is, say whatever the input, sorry, not for. If this is again your based upon your bootstrap, okay, this will be in your bootstrap also. I am having. Can you see this? There is an ID called ID in my input field.
Yes.
Okay. So what it means is this label is for this particular ID. That's it. If this is ID column, okay, if I save this, it will not show you here. Okay. So in order to take this, I will explain. So what will happen is you can have some properties like hover. So when I move over my point to the input field, you can provide some suggestions, right? You need to input text or something like that. Yes or no? I think it is Shreyas or Sudesh.
Ajay, sir.
I don't. Sorry,
Ajay.
Ajay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So Ajay. So what this property does is you are just saying that this particular label is for this particular input. You are just mapping this label with this particular input field. The same is for name also. This is what you asked, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. And the in whatever the value you provide as input in this input field will be considered as a property of your new hero object. So here this field will be for new name. This field will be for ID. And okay, that's it. Anything else, guys, which you are not able to understand? Okay, guys. Okay. So now, guys, so as I discussed before, okay, here what we have discussed till now in this example, okay, all these from my heroes till this form, all are just one component. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? What about others? Yeah. So tour of heroes. This part alone is my app dot component. The others from my heroes till your form, they are a separate component. Okay. But think of the more modularity of your code. Okay. Say in a different instance of your application, you need to use this form. Okay. You need a form with same ID and name. If you are following the structure, what we have discussed, say, yeah, what we have discussed here in this heroes.component HTML, this particular code is responsible for my form. But in different instance, can you make use of this particular form alone? Is that possible? Can anyone unmute yourself and say, Ajay, you're saying yes. How?
So writing this code to any other HTML and
You need to write the same code, but it is not a good practice, right? You will have a duplicate lines of same lines of code in different modules or different components.
So we can create a component.
Template component. Yes.
Yes.
If you think of the first gallery.io exercise, keep node decomposition. Do you remember that, guys? Yes. In that component, sorry, in that exercise, I think you will remember that you had a separate note. Yes or no? The same note will be duplicated in multiple grids. Yes or no? So we are not going to create a same component So that is one issue. Okay, you cannot, that is not a good practice if you are having same lines of code in different models. So like I think Aishwarya said, so you need to create a separate components. Okay, one problem is solved, so whenever you want you can reuse the component. Okay, but the problem is how your components will communicate with each other. So how the data is getting shared between components, it is a concept, right? Yes or no, guys? You are making things simple and you want to, you are creating different components for different objectives. Okay, but say if you want to send data from your form to your list, which means form is a separate component, list is a separate component, but these two components needs to share some data. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? Yeah, we are going to understand how the data is going to be shared with the based upon the present example what we have discussed. If you consider your list as a parent component, so which means you have a separate component called parent component. Next, you have another component which will display the selected hero, that will be called as a child component. Okay, so remember guys, this terminologies. So parent component which is getting displayed, child component which will be called based upon our requirement. Okay, but the data or the object from the parent component should be passed to my child component. We need to address this issue. How? For sharing data between parent and child components in Angular, we have two directives. One is @output and another one is @input. So say as a learner, okay, you will be working based upon my instruction. Yes or no, guys? If I give you a task, you will complete it. Yes or no? Yeah, okay. So can I say that you are getting inputs from us or from a mentor? Yeah, okay. The same thing goes here, guys. So what happens? We have a parent component and a child component. So child component will have a directive called @input. So which means parent component is providing some inputs to the child component. We will understand this. Okay. So you can see this is just a tag, guys. We will explain it. What happens? @input and @output give child component a way to communicate with its parent. So if there are two components, if you want to communicate, you can make use of @input and @output. @input allows a parent component to update the data in the child component. That's what I said. If I am giving you some instruction, which means you are getting some inputs from us. So child component is getting input from the parent. So we use a property, sorry, directive @input. Similarly, you are, after completing the task as a learner, you will be submitting those tasks to the mentor, which means you are providing some output to us. So in the same way, in the component, we can have @output, which sends the data to a parent component. Is it clear? Is this clear, guys? Okay, thank you. So how this can be achieved? Okay, before that, I need to open a new project. I will stop this. Pranali, I'm not saying anything. Just give me a minute. I'm just running the application so that I'm waiting for it. I'm just waiting for this to run. That's right. So, okay, guys. Meanwhile, this application runs. I will explain what is happening here. Okay. Sorry, guys. I think I opened the wrong one. Yes. So, guys, what I've done is I've opened another project. Instead of starting from scratch, I've just opened an existing project. So I will explain the structure, guys. Okay, before I explain the structure. So, guys, can anyone answer me what is the command to create a new component? I want the answers on a direct message from all of you guys. Please type on the chat window as a direct message. I want individual answers from all of you. What about others, guys? I have received reply from Varsha, Sidesh, Aishwarya. What about others? Rohini, Pranali, Navneet, Aishwarya. Can I have your response? Okay. Sidesh, Srihari. Sorry, Aishwarya, if I call your name. Okay. Varsha, I think Varsha didn't reply. Yeah, Varsha replied. Okay. Srihari, Sidesh. Guys, are you there? Srihari, Sidesh. Srihari, 3 components in total. Okay. What I was asking is, what is the command you will execute to create a component? NG Srihari, again, you missed something. Okay. NG generate or GC followed by the name of the component. Okay. Okay, guys. Okay. So thank you, guys. So what I have done in this application is, say, if you compare this with the previous example, you just had a heroes component. Okay. Here, what we have done is, if I open this HTML page, you can get the difference. Can you see the difference, guys? I have a form as well as a list, but instead of a form which will display the user, I have a separate component app-hero-detail. Can you see this, guys? Can I get confirmation from all of you? Yes, thank you. So which means I have created a separate module for displaying a detail of a particular hero. So that module is hero detail. So if you want to create a new component, what you will do, you will just type ng g or generate component or just c space the name of your component. In this, the name is hero hyphen component. So once I've done, we have 4 files: HTML, CSS, and TypeScript file. Okay. So if you observe this HTML page, it is just a div what we have discussed in our previous example. Nothing special or nothing extra. Okay. The hero-detail.component.html contains exactly the same code what we have discussed in our previous demo for displaying the selected hero. Okay. And what we have in our hero detail component, nothing special. We have a hero class input because we are making use of hero object. So I am just importing hero class, and as usual, you need something called on init. Angular component, whenever it invokes its when it starts its life cycle, you need to provide a on init method. Okay. Next thing, we have some new input called input. I will explain what it is. Okay. Apart from this, what we have done, nothing special. We have a annotation called @input. Can you see this, guys? A decorator called @input. So what it means, hero detail is a child component which will get input from the parent component, which is hero component. Okay. So I'm just saying you will get a input of hero object which will be based upon the class hero which I have imported, and the name of my object is in lowercase hero, and it is just having a empty constructor and a ng on init method. Nothing special. Only thing what we have done is we are having a @input decorator, which means this child component will get input from another parent component. That's it. Fine. Okay. Nothing special apart from this. You have a selector which is have-hero-detail and the template for my selector and the styling for the particular template. That's it. So this library is responsible for providing you the decorator @input. Is this clear, guys? Is this clear? Yeah, thank you. Now, what is happening here? You need to understand the structure of sending inputs to my child component. So my parent component will be heroes. So in heroes component.html, you can see we have a component. We are using a component app-hero-detail, and this looks something different. Okay. Selected hero, just like your on click event. So when I select this, you are having some object selected hero, but how this is getting transferred or how this is getting shared to my child component, this we need to understand. So for that, this is your structure. So first part will be your child selector. Okay. So in our example, the child selector is app-hero-detail. Okay. Next, after this, you need to provide the item, or you can say the target on which I need to share my input. So this is a property from child. So if you compare this property, hero object of my child. So here you can see I have used the same name. Can you see this, guys? Line number 13 of hero detail component is having an object called hero. Yes or no? Can I get the confirmation from all of you guys? This is again important. Yeah, okay. So in my heroes.component, I'm just saying my target is hero object of this particular child component. Okay, what is this? Selected hero. That is your property from parent. So this is my source. So what I have done, if you think in heroes.component class, we have a selected hero object. So when I select a particular object which is on based upon on select event, okay, based upon on select event, you will have a selected hero object. This selected hero object is getting passed to my child component, which is hero detail. That's it. Is it clear, guys? So now I think I can run it. I have installed it. Anything else you are not able to understand, guys? Nothing special or nothing different from our previous example. Only thing what we have done is we have created a separate new component called hero detail, and we are passing information from parent component to the child component. Please wait for some time, guys. It will take time to build. And guys, what we have discussed is for, okay, meanwhile this application builds. Yeah, so meanwhile this application is getting executed, I will discuss about the output. So similar to our input directive, we can have our output directive also, the same thing. So this will be for input directive. Next one is for, say, when the user performs some action on your child component, those data should be reflected on the parent component. So for that, you can see your target will be within curly braces, sorry, flower braces, sorry, curly braces. So here, say if you want to delete, you have some button on your child component, so you are calling a event, so that will be provided within curly braces. And next, you have a event. If you want to pass an event or if you want to call a method, then you can go with this structure. Okay, object is built. So is this clear, guys? Are you able to understand the difference between input and output? So guys, before I run the demo, can I have a confirmation from all of you guys? Okay. Yeah, thank you guys. So what is happening? Nothing special, guys. We'll have the same output. So when I click on it, the output is getting displayed. Only thing is we have changed the structure of our application, but the view is not changed. View is same. When I, based on my click, that particular hero's information will be displayed. So it executes exactly the same manner based upon the demo what we have discussed before. Only thing, we have created a separate child component, and using @input and @output directive, we are passing information from child component to the parent component. This is clear, guys? I think someone joined. Who was it? One left. Okay. Okay, guys. So can I roll out today's exercise? Yeah. Close this. Shreyas, you have raised your hand. Can I know the reason, or you raised your hand by mistake?
By mistaken. So
Okay. So give me just a minute, guys. I will open the practice exercise so that I can. Okay, guys. Are you able to see my screen, guys? The PowerPoint slide. Can I get the response from any one of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So guys, right now we have two exercises. Okay, but what, based upon the discussion, what we had is you can start working on your create password validator component. Just one thing is left, guys, publishing your password. So once you are done with this first exercise, I will tell what you should do to publish your password validator. Okay, so before that, you can start working on your create password validator component. So what you guys need to do is, so this is your summary. Okay, so there is a company called SecuTech, which is providing solutions for different banking, insurance, and e-commerce applications. Okay, but for their application, they need to provide a password input validation. Guys, this is again similar to your input validation, what we have discussed in the contact form. Okay, similar to that, you just need to provide a password input validation. So what it is, so how it can be done is, so once you have forked this project, you will have a JSON file, angular.json, package.json, and tsconfig and tslint. Okay, what you need to do, the task is, first you should have a method password validator which should validate the input passwords. Okay, it should have some conditions like minimum length and maximum length and a error message. So minimum length should be 8 characters, maximum length should be 20 characters, and the different combinations of password which are allowed is given here. So for this will be your input. Hello to you all. Okay. So this password length is greater than the specified length. Why? I think here you should
Because
not.
the minimum length of password is 8 character and it's more than
Yes,
8.
it should be 8, and I think hello to you all counts 11.
No, I think this one is a wrong one. Okay, first line number 35, because this satisfies both the conditions. Minimum length is 8 characters, maximum is 20, so it is within this range. Okay, but this one, hello to you. Yeah, this one, hello to you is less than 8 characters. HELLO to you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So which is less than 8 characters. So your output should be password length is less than, sorry, this is your error message is this: password does not match the specified criteria. Okay, so here in your first case, this is not your condition, this is just a scenario. The scenario matches both your minimum and maximum length, that's why you're not having any error message. Whereas for line number 36, you should have a error message: password does not match the specified criteria. Similarly, for line number 37, your password length is greater than the specified length. So your output should be password does not match the specified criteria. And your next situation, line number 38, if your password field is left blank, you should get an error message: password is mandatory and it cannot be left blank. Is it clear? Is this clear, guys? You just need to create an Angular application. You need to add libraries to your project depending on your requirement. You need to create a module and a component, and the component will be password validator. Is this clear, guys? Yes, and you need to provide input and output. So input will be for when you provide a password, a separate component will be accepting the password. And if there is an error message, your input component after validating should send a message to your parent component. So that will be output bound with the validation status, whether it is valid or invalid. Is this clear, guys?
Yes.
Okay, guys. So now the time is 11:46. So guys, you have okay, guys, you have 1 hour. 12:45 we will connect back, and I want you guys to complete this exercise. Is this clear, guys? For sure, I want, sure, Ajay, I will share the link, and for sure I want all of you to complete this by 12:45. I don't want any excuses, guys, because I have explained everything what is required for this application. You just need to create an application from scratch based on the given condition. Is it clear, guys? Can we connect back at 12:45? Yes. Okay. Thank you, guys. I will stop sharing my screen and I will share you the link on the Slack. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Welcome back to the session, guys. Can I have your confirmation? Please raise your hand or send a message, guys. About Varsha, Aishwarya, yeah, Sri, Prashanchal, Pranali, Prashanchal, are missing.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay, I think few candidates are not available. So I hope, guys, you are facing some issue with on how to start. Yes or no? How many of you have started? Guys, can I have your confirmation? How many of you have started but faced errors? Okay, what about others? Okay, guys. The simple thing what you can do is, see, when you download or hook this project into your machine, you will have these files: angular.json package, readme, ts configure. Okay, so I hope you guys that you remember that this package.json file is similar to your form.xml file in Maven project. Yes or no, guys? Yeah. So okay, to start working with, okay, but in your readme file it is mentioned as create a angular application, but you're already inside a angular application directory. So your angular application name is create password validator. Okay, that's why you have all the files related to angular. Okay, so what you guys need to do is, first you need to run the command npm install. I will show the logs which I have generated. Yeah, okay. So can you see this, guys? So first I have run the command npm install. So once you run this command npm install, what will happen is, based upon your package.json file, it will download all the packages required for your application, your Angular core, your form, whatever libraries you need, your compiler, browser framework, all these will be downloaded based upon the configurations provided in your in this package.json file. So you can see everything is getting downloaded, and you can see the file is done. Next, if you observe, you can see we don't have the directory called src and app module. Yes or no, guys? Yes, if you're done this, you will not be having that. So one thing what you can do is, you can go with either command prompt or your explorer. You just need to create a directory src. Okay, once you create your src directory, using a cd command, navigate inside your src directory, and then what you can do is generate your module. So what's the module you need to generate, guys? By default you need to have a app module. Yes or no, guys? Yes. So what you can do, generate module, and my module will be app. So that's it, guys. Okay. So now you need to generate your component also. So I'm done. So we have component, module, everything is done. Now you can start working on from this file, guys. Is it clear? So yeah, so what else you can do is you need to add a module. Right now we have one app module, which will be your, if you consider this will be your parent module. You need to add one more module, which will be, sorry, one more component, sorry guys. So one more component, we have app.component, which will be acting as your parent component. You need to add one more component called password validator, which will be your child component. So this child component should have two directives, which is input and output. So from your parent component, it will accept the password, validate the password, and then if there is an error, if it is not a valid password, it should provide a response, which will be displayed on the app.component.html file. Is this clear, guys? Okay. So now we have a small topic to discuss. Hardly takes 15 minutes. What we have left in the morning. Okay. So
Sir,
just
excuse me, sir.
yes.
So sorry to interrupt you, sir. I have a doubt in that challenge. One doubt, sir. So in the app module, we have to create another module named as what was the name?
Password validator.
Yes, the password validator. So do
It is
we have to
not
do like
required.
that?
Just need to create a component. Right now
Inside
in this
app.
application. Yes, continue.
Okay, sir. Inside app, we have to create the component. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, you just work on a two component application. One component will be your app.component. Just create one more child component, which will be your password validator, and provide this feature of data validation with input and output sharing. This is clear. I don't know who it is.
Yes, Prashant,
Ajay,
sir. Yes, sir.
Prashant sir. Okay. Okay. So guys, right now what we have discussed is sharing data between sibling components, or else you can otherwise say sharing data between parent and child components. Okay. This can be done either using event emitter, just like with the help of a event. You call a method, and that particular method will have some logic, or you will pass some object through that particular event. Okay. And then when your data is received by your parent component, it will either display it or share it to another child component. So this will have a input decorator. So this we have done. Second thing is, or second way of doing this is using services, which we'll be discussing in our upcoming sessions. So right now we have discussed this method where you can use input output decorators to share information between two different components. Okay, so now can I have your answers, guys? Which decorator is used on a child component property to receive its value from its parent component? Option 2. Yeah. Yes, guys. So your answer is iterate input. So this decorator is responsible for receiving input from a parent component. Okay. What about the next one, guys? What is the type of property the child component should define in order to be able to send data to parent component? Okay, guys. So they are asking about the type of property. Okay, please read the question carefully. Except very few, yeah, except Srihari, others have choose the option 1. Okay, they are not asking about the decorator. Okay, still I'm getting wrong answers. Today, okay, yeah. So guys, if you observe, if you observe, the question is they are asking for the type of property in the child component which should be defined in order to send data. So the property which we will be defining is event emitter. Okay, they are not asking about the decorators, which will be responsible for sending the data to the parent. Okay, so they are asking about a property, and the property is event emitter. Is this clear? I will show the slide also what we have discussed. So can you see this, guys? To raise an event, an output must have a type of event emitter. Is this clear? The type of property which we'll be using is event emitter. I guess your doubts are clear because many of you gave wrong answer. What about others, guys? I have received reply from very few. What about others? Are you able to understand or not? Yeah. Thank you, guys. Now, next thing is, okay. Morning, I asked you a question and you gave the answer that instead of having all the components in one single page, to have a feature or ability to reuse the components as and when we require, what solution you gave is you can have a separate component for each functionality. Yes or no, guys? For a form, we can have a separate component. For displaying the list, we can have a separate component. So we can have, we are dividing our web page into different components so that we can customize our application more easily. And also, if you want to reuse our same component on a different page, you can make use of it. Okay, this is what we discussed. Okay, the same thing. What is the benefit of this? Right now what we discussed is within an application how to reuse a existing component, but think in terms of a real-time scenario. Okay, yeah, in some web pages you have a login using Google account. Yes or no, guys? You can log in with Gmail account. Okay, but if you observe, irrespective of the web page, the login for that particular Gmail account will be same. Yes or no? Because it will be provided with the template based upon the Google's login with the username and password. It can be any website or any service provider, but if you choose to log in using Google account or Gmail account, the dialog box which requests your username and password will be same. Yes or no? Yeah. So what is happening here? We have a component for username and password, which is provided by the Google or the Gmail provider. Okay. I am a company, say for example, say some login. Yeah, Medium. So Medium and some websites have the provide a feature to log in using existing Gmail account. So what I'm actually doing is I'm just using a component of Gmail login on my application. So which means you consider the other scenario in your company, in your organization, you are working on multiple applications. Okay. And for one particular application, you are creating a login form. And the company feels that this particular login form is looking good and they want to use the same login form into multiple applications. So what we can do is we can create a library of the components what we have created and make use of those libraries whenever we want them. Okay. It is just like your Java packages. Say you have a package called util, which provides you with different libraries for scanner, list, arrays. You have different packages for different requirement. So whenever you want, you just import those libraries and you build your application. So the same kind of thing can be done in your Angular projects also. So what is the benefit of this? Like we have discussed in the morning, benefit is you don't want to develop the same component again for a different application. You are going to make use of the existing component. So by this, you are saving your cost and time. And the same time, maintenance. You don't want to maintain multiple copies of same library. If I make changes to one particular library, one particular component, it will be reflected in all the projects wherever I'm using the same component. Yes or no, guys? Yes or no? If Java makes some add some features in scanner or list or arrays, what happens? You just need to install those libraries on your machine. Irrespective of the number of application, you will be able to access those features. Okay. So other thing is your testing cost is getting reduced. You don't want to test more than one application. So time is getting reduced. Your testing is also becomes simpler. Next thing is it helps you to deliver your products faster way, because when you have n number of components with duplicate components, you may have a problem of which component to use or which version of the component is the latest one or which version of the component is the final one without any bugs. So if you have just one component which is utilized in different products, so it will help you to deliver your final version of product more efficiently. And then similar to your first two advantages, if someone wants to add additional features or make enhance your code, it will be easy for them. So it will be a consistent one. Okay. So how to perform this? First, you need to create a component library. This will be your first step. Second step is create component module. In your module, you will have some components. That's what they are mentioning. And then you need to add your component to your component module, the logic what you require. Then you need to build your library, test the component and publish it. So I will tell you how this can be done, guys. Okay. So guys, first thing is to to create a library, first you need a login to npm.js login. So just type npm.js login, guys. So this is your node package manager repository. Okay, this is just a repository, guys, where you can create your own components, and maintain it in a repository. So whenever you want to use, you can fetch those libraries in your application. Just imagine like your Bootstrap. So are we creating different buttons with different type styles in Bootstrap, guys? Whether it is a form or a modal dialog box, are we creating all those things? Yes or no? Guys, can I have your reply? Hello.
So
Yes.
can you repeat the question?
Yeah. The question is, see, in Bootstrap, we have different templates. Okay. Buttons. For dialog box, we have modal. Text boxes or a form. We have different templates. Okay. In our application, are we going to create a form or a button or a dialog box, or we are just going to use it from a library provided by the Bootstrap? What we will be doing if you are building an application using Bootstrap? Use it from libraries. So who is providing it? We have a central repository for Bootstrap. So whenever you add Bootstrap JavaScript to your package, to your HTML page, so and if your HTML page has some Bootstrap component, it will be rendered accordingly. So it can be an alert button with red color or anything. So you just need to provide customization, but the basic structure is provided from Bootstrap, and you are just making use of it from Bootstrap library. Similarly, in your Angular projects, you can have your own repository of different Angular components, and you can store it in a repository, just like your Git repo. npm JS provides you a repo. First, you need to create an account for yourself. This is what you need. Okay, you need to provide your username, email address, and password, and you can create your account. So right now I'm having some issue with my account, so that's why I'm not able to log in. I'm just giving you the instructions, please follow it. So you need to provide, or you need to have a account in npmjs.com. And next, what you need to do is, say for example, I am working on this hero application. Just stop it. Okay, so consider the application what I was explaining in the morning. So this, consider this as a component. Now I need to generate a library for my project. So what I can do is, okay guys, in your case, after you have created your account, okay, I will start from here itself. Okay, so what you can do is, you just need to run the command ng generate library and the name of your project. Okay, say my project is hero app hyphen part. So which means I'm just creating a library for my components, whatever I'm going to create. Okay, I made a typo, guys. Yeah. Can you see this, guys? It has added a new directory called projects. Can I get the confirmation from all of you? When I run this command, generate library, it is generating a library for my project, which is under a directory called projects. And the name of my project is hero app part 3, the name which I have provided. Okay, so I have created a library. Now I'm going to create a I'm going to build my project. So second step is building the application. Okay, so for build, what I need to do, I just need to run the command ng build and the name of the project. So project is okay, guys. Now I have built my project, and you can see the distribution folder has got generated. Okay, now, okay, guys, I will ask you one question. So the first time when you installed Git, when you tried to push, what happened? Can anyone recall what happened? The first time when you log in, when you tried to push, you would have received some dialog box or notification. What it was? Can someone read? Yeah, it was asking for your username and password for the first time. Yes, and some configurations like you need to provide your email ID, same thing. Okay, similarly, now that you have created your login, okay, guys, I've not created or I've not logged into my account. Okay, but first thing what you need to do is you need to create your own login. Okay, so once you have created your login, you will be able to log into that particular your account. Okay, in your terminal, what you need to do is you need to execute the command npm login. So, okay, when you run this command, just similar to your Git, it will be asking for username and password. So right now I'm having issues, so that's why I'm not logging in. So please remember, guys, you need to run this command npm login and you need to provide your username and password. Is this clear, guys? Yes. Next, after you have logged in, I want to publish my library distribution. So what we should do is change the current working directory to cd dist. So which means I'm changing my present working directory to distribution directory, which got generated after building the application. So then now it's time to publish. You just need to run the command npm publish. That's it. So right now I don't have my login, guys. That's why it is giving an error. Okay. Once you have the login and once you have logged in, you are able to publish your application to your library. Is this clear, guys? Is this clear? Yeah. So that's it, guys. Now what I want is I'll be giving you the next exercise. So guys, morning, I guess you all remember. Morning, I told that you'll be having two exercises. One is create password validator, and the second one is publish password validator. So in publish, what you will do is you will just create your own login at npm.js, and then you will build your application, create your own library using the command npm generate library. Okay, generate your library, log into your account, and then publish your component. So in this case, it will be your password validator component. Is this clear, guys? Is this clear? Okay. Okay, that's it from my side, guys. And now we have one more. Just a minute. We have one more challenge to be rolled out. Okay, are you able to see my screen, guys? Can I have confirmation from you? Yeah, thank you, guys. So this is a challenge, guys. What you need to do is you will have two tasks, sorry, three tasks. Okay. So first thing, the summary of this challenge is, see, you have a company called Texas Technologies Limited, which provides services in different domains like information technology, consulting, and business process. Now, their requirement is for a client, they need to develop a UI element. Okay, and that element should be used in different applications for different clients. So they have a component design code. Okay, they have a component design code within the application, and this component is not reusable, but they want to structure it such a way that it is reusable, which means you need to create a component, publish those component as a library. This will be your first task, guys. Okay, and then what happens, you can use the same component in your different applications of your company. This is what you need to do. So I will just show the repository forked one. Yeah, So guys, once you fork this particular challenge, inside this challenge, create reusable masonry layout component, you will be having 3 tasks. One is masonry layout component, keep note app, and image gram app. Okay, so I will tell you first thing. First task will be masonry layout. So what is masonry layout? Okay, just a minute guys, I will open the picture for you. Okay, I cannot find it. So okay guys, I will just explain. Hope you are able to recall. So guys, do you remember that in keep note decomposition, one particular image had multiple copies of the text field, but with different text content and with different size and color? Are you able to recall this, guys? Okay. That is a simple example of masonry layout. Okay, so what masonry layout means is it is a type of grid with a set of columns and a fixed column width. Okay, column width will be fixed. Okay, but it will, you can change the number of columns, column width, or the height of your width, sorry, height of your column, depending upon the requirement. So that is a masonry grid layout. So in this task, what you will do is you will just create a component for this particular masonry component, provide a logic, build your library, and then publish your library. Is this clear? Is this clear, guys? The first task. Okay, because it is just an empty directory, guys. So you can start building it from the scratch. You need to create a project which has a component layout similar to a masonry layout. So which means depending upon the content available in that particular component, either the column width should change or the number of columns should change. Okay, this is what you need to provide in the first task, and you need to make this as a library, which means you need to publish this component. It will be a first task. The next task, task 2, is keep note app. So in this you will not have any issues, guys, because you already have the src directory, all things. But what you need to do is you need to download the masonry grid container. You have already published it. You just need to download it and use it in your application. Install the package dependency for masonry layout means you need to excuse me guys, sorry. So you just need to install the packages, pull it from your npm.js library, and then use this masonry grid in your application. That's it, you have to do. Is it clear, guys? Yes or no, guys? Your layout should look something similar to your keep note image, what we have discussed before in the keep note decomposition. So each note will have a title and a content. Depending on the content, the height of the component should be varied, and you should have a add component button. So whenever you click on the add component button, it will add a new component which is based upon masonry layout, which contains a title and a content, and it should follow a pattern within masonry layout. Is this clear, guys? Is this clear? Can I have the confirmation from all of you guys? I have received reply only from Ajay. What about others? If you want, I will repeat, guys.
Set of 7, 8, and 9 instruction.
8 and 9. Okay. So 8 and 9, 8.1, you just need to provide your own inputs and test it, test the application on your machine. Okay. So this is clear. Provide proper inputs for the component so that it can be used by the Keep Note app. So whenever, say for example, when I click on an add button, it should have a new component for that particular node. So after you add the node, it should be displayed on a masonry layout. So wait a minute, I can show you an example. Yes, guys, this is a masonry layout. Can you see this picture, guys, on the left? Sorry, on the right. Sorry. So each image is a component with its own height and width, and but the layout, can you see you have different columns. So this is a masonry layout. Depending on the size of the picture, the height of the picture will be varied, and accordingly it will be displayed. I can give you another example, this colored one also. So this is a masonry layout. So you will be creating a masonry layout in your first task. Based upon the input, it should generate a masonry layout, something like this. Next, what you will do, a second task will be task which will have a text field. So the text field and add note button. So whenever you click on the add note button, you should have a text box. You will provide some input for note title and note content. Then when you save your note, it should be displayed on a masonry layout. This will be your second task. Is this clear, Aishwarya or Varsha?
Yes, sir. Clear, Pranali.
Yeah, Pranali. Okay, thank you. The next thing is your task 3 will be something similar to the example what the picture what I showed. This will be based upon images. Yeah. So just like your Instagram, this is a imagegram Angular application. What you need to do is, you here again you will be using the masonry grid layout which you have completed in the task 1, and then your app component should maintain the image data in an array. So in an array, when I say, it should be something like this. It is maintaining in an array, but when it is displayed, it should be displayed in a masonry layout. Is this clear, guys? Is this clear? Yes, guys. So now you have 2 exercises and 1 challenges. I request all of you to complete the first 2 exercises, what we have discussed before by 6 o'clock, I guess. 6 o'clock will be the, because afternoon session probably I will be completing it by 4:30. So I want you guys to complete the first 2 exercises by 6 o'clock and then start working on this challenge. Is this fine, guys? So, guys, can I have your yeah. So now, guys, you can go for lunch. Okay, and we will connect back at. Can you show the previous? Yeah. Not,
No, little bit up.
I think I have cleaned it. Sorry, this is the wrong project.
So this one. After creating SRC app, it's showing me same error. So I want to see what exactly you have.
After creating SRC directory, or
Yes, SRC directory.
yes, I just use the command make directory SRC.
Yes, then go to that directory and
the SRC, yes. Inside this SRC directory, I'm just creating an app module and then app component.
okay.
This is clear, Ajay?
So the way you created the libraries in that hero project, same way we have to do here also. Add library project, that second task.
Library means what you are asking about. I cannot get you.
The sir second number instruction after that create Angular application, add library project.
Okay, you are asking about this.
Yes sir, yes.
This is again an issue. Don't try with this. Okay, I don't. They are meaning it in a different way. You just create your. You already have an Angular project. You just need to add your SRC directory, app module, app component, and then one more extra component for password validator. Provide the logic for password validation as per your input. Okay. About this library, we can discuss this later because you're not going to publish or use any library for this exercise. Only thing you need to do is you need to run the command npm install, which will be your first task. Okay. When you run npm install, this node module will be generated with all the libraries which are available in your package.json file. Next thing is you just need to create your SRC directory. Inside your SRC directory, you need to create a module for app and a component for app. That's it you want to do. Because this repository is not containing SRC apps. That's why you need to follow this step. But if you check with this directory which I showed now for the challenge, except your mercenary layout, other all directories contains SRC directory. So you don't want to have npm install, or you just need to run npm install. Only then you will have the packages for your modules. Other things are already available. You just, depending on your requirement, you just need to create components. That's it. Is this clear? Is this clear?
Yes sir.
Yeah. So okay guys, now the time is 1:40. So we will start our afternoon session at 2:30. This is fine guys. So we will connect back at 2:30. Please join the session on time without fail.
So can I share screen for a while? No.
Yeah. Wait, I will stop sharing my screen. Yeah, you can share.
Sir, I have created the MKD source, and after going to that source, creating an module app.
Open your SRC directory on the left.
So the command is not correct.
Yes, sir. There is an N in between.
ng generate.
Generate. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't notice it. You should use generate for G, right? For generate. ng G, instead of N, it should be G or generate. Okay. Module. We don't want N, just enter. Okay. So you have created your module. Now you can click on up arrow key. Up arrow. Instead of M, type it C. Yeah, that's it. Component.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, guys, we can connect back at 2:30 without fail on time. Okay, bye. Very good afternoon, guys. We can resume our session. Can I have your confirmation before I start? Yeah. Same. Yeah. Thank you, guys. I think we have seen. Thank you, Sudesh, for your confirmation. That's yes. Okay. Okay. So before I start the session, guys, can I have your updates? What's your issue? Are you facing any issue with the exercises? Can someone mute yourself and say what is the issue you are facing? Hello, guys. I'm waiting for your response.
Sir, I'm Santosh.
Yes, Santosh. What's your issue?
Sir, I understand, sir, what you have done in the program, in the code.
Okay.
But when I'm practicing, I have to recheck. I have to recheck it once again, sir. And, no issues, but taking some time.
Okay. Anything else, guys? Are you not able to start with?
Yes, sir. Sir,
Ajay, yeah,
actually,
you said something. Yeah.
yes, sir, I'm confusing that which code is written on. I have to write on app.component.ts and which one is on the password validator component. I'll start writing the code, but little bit confused
Ajay,
that.
what you can do is say in your app.component, you just have a welcome message. Say just welcome to password validation or something with a hashtag or something as per your design. Okay. Create another component which will have a text box. Okay. Since you are going to validate password, you can go with two text box input boxes. One is for username and second one is for password. Or if you want to design it in a sign up form, you can have a username, user ID, and a password. It's again your choice. Okay. But create a separate component for this. So guys, what I'm saying is this is for all of you. Okay. If you're not able to understand where to start with, You can go with this.
Inside the app, we have to create the another component, no?
No. App.component is a separate
Okay.
component. Okay. You need to create a separate component. Say, for example, you can just a minute. Just give me a minute. I will share you my screen and I will tell you what you can do. Give me some time, guys. Okay, guys, are you able to see my screen? The VS Code.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will just explain based upon this code, guys. Okay. Yeah. Here in this exercise, what we have done is in this demo, what we have is, if you please observe this left hand side column, guys. We have 3 components. Okay. One component is heroes component. Second component is hero detail component, and one main component which is app.component.html. Can you see this, guys? 3 components. One is app component, heroes component, and heroes detail component. 3 components. Yes or no? Just I'm not able to see your chats. Yeah. Okay. First, I will open app component.html, guys. In app.component.html, can you see we have only used a h tag, which is a head tag which will just display the title. And next, can you see we are calling another component which is app heroes. Is this fine? I need confirmation for each step, guys. Yeah, okay. In app dot component dot ts, what we are doing, we are just providing the style sheet, template URL, the selectors for this particular component. That's it. So you are providing some value which is tour of heroes, which will be displayed on the title of your web page. So this is your first thing. So if you are going to create a pass validation project, what you guys can do is in your app.component, you can have your own title. Okay, you can have your own title for your page. Next thing is you need one more tag which will be displayed only when you have some error. Do you remember that, guys? When I explained the problem statement, I told you that if the password is not validated, it is not meeting the requirement, then what you need to do? You need to display an error message. Yes or no, guys? I told you about this. Yeah. So what you can do is you can add one more tag here. Okay. That particular tag will be visible if there is an error. If there is no error, you will not be, you're not going to display any kind of error. You can have that here. And your third thing will be your child component. Your child component in this example is app-heroes. So what you can do in app heroes component. So heroes is a separate component. Okay. So here in my heroes component, in my HTML layout, what we have a title for our list of heroes and a form, and it is calling or it is referring to another child form. So in your case, password validation, you will not be having this. You just need some HTML page for your password validation layout. So you can go with user ID, and password. If the password is not validated as per your logic, then you should provide a error message. So how you will provide the error message? With something like this. So can you, I told you that, yeah, better I will open the slide also. Yeah, this one. I hope you all remember this, guys, the last slide which I discussed. Do you remember this, guys? Wait, I will present it also. So what we are doing here, we have input values, so which will be received as input from the guys. Okay, guys. So in the demonstration, what we discussed in the morning was, it was just using input. Okay. If you see here, square brackets, curly brace, and ng model equal to new hero dot name. So you are just providing some inputs. Sorry, I am choosing the wrong one. Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, this one. Okay. So if you want to pass values from your parent component to child component, so here in this case, our parent component is heroes dot component is the parent component. So when you select any one particular hero, you are going to send those object as a value input to your child component. So child component is hero detail component. So in hero detail component ts file, okay, this one, yeah, in hero.ts file you have a decorator that at the rate input, and you're saying that this particular class will be receiving an input from the a parent class, which is hero.component.html, and it will be a hero object. That's it. So this particular hero object is being utilized in my HTML page, heroes.component. Yeah, not this one. Yeah, this one. So here, using the object hero.name or hero.id, whatever it is, I can fetch those, display those data on the screen. similar kind of thing you need to perform on your task, guys. But thing is, instead of just having only input, you need to provide output also. So what you will do is, in your input, in this place, yeah, so here we have just provided the input parameters, properties and parameters. Okay, you need to have some properties, something like this, for output also. So what you will do is, in your child component, when the user provides the input, it should be validated in your child component, and after validating, you will have a error message. That particular error message should be displayed on your page. This is what you guys need to do. Is this clear, guys? Ajay and others, is this clear, or still you're not able to start with? Okay, guys, you can refer the demo code 3, okay, which I have shared. It will be hero app hyphen part 3 underscore in out demo, I guess. I don't remember the name exactly, or the file name which I shared with you. So the third part will be having a child component and two child components and one app component. So in this example, if you consider, app component is the parent component, hero component is a child component, and we have one more child component called hero detail. So hero component is the parent component for detail component. Why? Because hero component will be sending some information to hero detail, which will be displayed in that particular component. But in this demo, we have not discussed about getting the output. So for getting the output, only thing you need to make changes, it should look something like this. You need to have a delete some request, what you want, which should be within a curly brackets, and you need to provide a event trigger. So this method will be called based upon an error situation. And in your parent class, you'll be having an event with the @ sorry, in your child component, you will have a separate method with @ output, just like this one. Here you are using just @input. Similarly, you'll be adding one more directive, sorry, decorator @output. That object will be provided as response to the parent. And you can refer one more URL which I have shared. It will be having a simple example using input and output. If you are referring to the URLs what we are sharing, and if you're going through the sessions, it will be easy for you to complete the task as soon as possible, as quick as possible. Is it clear? Is this clear, guys? Can we move to our session? Okay, guys. Okay, guys. So now we are moving one step ahead in our Angular course. Now, what you can see in this slide, guys, a familiar one. Yeah, components then. So the main objective for playing this video is, so guys, if you think of this interface, you are having multiple features apart from the traditional one. Yes or no, guys? Say for example, when someone, the user, clicks on this hamburger button, what happens? You have a menu and you have different options to choose with, or you can see on the top bar you have different filters. Okay, if you are following a traditional design, this will not be able to achieve. So you can see this contains menu, user accounts and settings, search options, a toolbar, and navigation links for different things. And these again are each components, which will again play or a small snapshot of preview of that particular video. So the UI and the user experience is getting more enhanced. Yes or no, guys? On a single page, we have multiple features, multiple components. Yeah. So how this is happening now? I'll move to the next one. Please check this, guys. So what is happening here, guys? Can I have your answers, guys? What is happening here? Okay, after checking, what we do? Display an error. Yes. So what is happening? So your application is able to validate your user input, and at the same time, if it is not a valid input, it is able to provide a error message also. So which means we have added some additional functionality to our page. So now think about the next one. Sorry. Yeah. Now the question is, are we going to write the logic every time, or can we use the same logic for different components? Use the same logic. Yes. Say for example, in your contact validation, you had a validation rule for the first name. You can use the same logic for the last name also. Or if you have some other text with user ID or anything which needs to have a same constraint, then you can have a single validation rule which can be applied or which can be used for different input fields. Yes. Now the next scenario. What is happening here, guys? Not exactly highlight. Yeah, the effect, the ripple effect. Okay. So what we are trying to expect is, say, in our previous slide, what we did in this situation, we had one validation rule which will be applied in different situations if you need a same set of validation rule. Similar, can we approach the same manner for this also? Say in hello world, for this particular green color button, you are creating an effect called ripple effect. Okay, so when I click on this hello world, a wave kind of pattern is getting generated in this button. Okay, can I apply the same pattern for this pencil icon or the add icon? So do you think that it will be more efficient instead of creating a separate ripple effect for the pencil icon or the add icon? Plus, I can have one ripple effect and I can customize it depending on the element which I'm going to use it. So for square, it will have a different properties. For a pencil or a add icon, the ripple effect should be in a circular form. Yes or no, guys? That will be a more additional features, right? Yes or no? Can I have your confirmation, guys? Yes. Now, one more situation. Okay, for this, I can give you a live demo also. Or else, yeah, please watch this video first. So can you see this, guys? I don't know who it is. Someone else. Okay. So guys, if you observe, I will play it again. So what is happening, guys? Can you understand what just happened? Can anyone unmute yourself? Yeah, it highlights few points. Okay, so just like in your Word file, you are able to highlight few text, few lines or few words in a web page. So this is a medium, a blog site where you can find different resources for different related to different technologies. Okay, but the uniqueness of this particular blog is they provide you with a option to highlight. So when you go through a content in this particular blog, say in your, you can have your own login, and based on your login, what happens, you can have your own readings, and you, if you want, you can have your own marking, so that, see, if I want, I can mark it, or since I have not logged in, it is asking for login application. So you are allowed to just do whatever you do in your Word file or a text file, so that when you come across the same blog after some time, when you want to review something, you can go through the highlighted text what you have done. So this is a additional feature. So with all this, what you can understand, guys? What is your understanding based on what we have discussed now till now? We have discussed about different features. Say for example, having one ripple effect for a button, and it can be applied on different types of button of different type shapes. And at the same time, you can have one validation logic which can be applied to a different input field. Next thing is, we added more functionalities to a existing web page, like you are allowed to highlight a particular line or a word, whatever it is. So now what we are going to learn is, we are just going to learn how to implement similar kind of visual effects or features in our Angular applications. Okay, so first thing what we need to do, so here in in this session, we'll be understanding about how to manipulate our DOM. Okay, just like how we manipulated our HTML page using JavaScript, we can manipulate our view using DOM manipulation structural directives. And similarly, we can also manipulate our DOM using attribute directives. So we have three different directives. We will be discussing about structural directives and attribute directives. Okay. Okay. So now, guys, this is again a recap of what we have discussed in our morning session or till now. So what we have discussed till now, we have created components, and based upon ng-for or ng-if statement expressions, we were able to render our views dynamically. Yes or no, guys? Do you? Hi, Shivani. Good afternoon. Shivani, good afternoon.
Yeah, hi, afternoon. Johnson, you may continue, no issues. I'll wait.
No. I just started
Acha.
with the recap. So before I move to the topic, you can.
Acha. Okay. All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon. Please switch on to your cameras. Everyone, please. Pranali, Navneet, Aishwarya, Srihari, Siddesh, Rohini. Ajay. Prasanchal. Does it take a lot of time to switch on, yeah? Prasanchal, Srihari, Siddesh. So you all must be knowing what am I going to talk today, right? Really unhappy with the performance this batch is going ahead with, because I have been explaining it, that you guys have to complete off with your assignments. You are giving me deadlines which are not getting actually, commitment are not getting fulfilled. So what are we going to do? What is our plan? I need answers. I want everybody of you to speak, to unmute and speak. In case there is a problem, please speak, because this is not going to work ahead. Because we are not in school that, we are saying something just for the sake of saying something that it will happen, kar lenge, ho jayega. So that is not working out. So I am here to discuss. I could have discussed separately, which I may do later, but I wanted to discuss as a group, as a class, that what are our issues? I mean, why are we not completing off? Are we not investing time in our weekends? Are we not investing times after class hours? What is the issue? What is the issue? Because every batch I get into, the students are able to complete off with their assignments on the very same day or maybe the next morning. But this is the only batch which is actually not performing well. Are we really serious for our careers? Please answer, please. Kya issue hai? Where are we getting stuck? Santosh, where are we getting stuck? Why are we not able to complete off with your assignments on time? Where is the issue? When I talk to you all say that we are able to understand. When you are understanding, okay, great. The faculties, the mentors are very much there. They are messaging on Saturdays, Sundays also, in spite of their off for the day, because they're not supposed to work on Saturdays, Sundays. It is the weekend for them, but they are still supporting you. So in spite of every effort which NIT has been doing for you all, why are you all not working? And when it will come to the job, then you all will lined up and will say, boss, mujhe to bola gaya tha job milega. Why am I not getting? Or any of the issue could come. See, you guys are mature, and if I
Yes, guys. So we can resume our session. So are you guys able to see my screen? Yeah, thank you guys. So what we were discussing is about how to add some additional abilities or additional features to our Angular applications. We looked at different features like having one validation rule which can be utilized for different text fields, or a single effect which can be applied to different types of buttons of different shapes or different types. Okay, so we understood there are different functionalities which can be provided to our application. So till now, what we have learned is we have learned how to create a component, how to make our web page more dynamic using the expressions star ng for and star ng if. I hope you all remember we use star ng for iterating over our heroes object and display a list of heroes. And at the same time, when you click on a particular user, we made use of star ng if to display a component dynamically. If it is if a user list is selected, that particular object information will be displayed on a component. So for that, we depended on ng if. Okay, so that particular component will be displayed only if the condition is satisfied. So that's what we have discussed till now. Next, we have template elements like ng class and ng style. So these are responsible for styling your templates. Now, what we are going to do is we are going to learn about directives. Okay, so first we want to know what are directives. We have learned what is a module, what is a component. Yes or no, guys? We have learned about decorators, and even today we have discussed about two decorators, at the rate input and at the rate output. So now we are going to learn something new, what we call it as directives. Okay, so what directives do is it allows you to add some additional capabilities to your existing HTML elements. So if you think of the slides which I gave a few minutes before, we had a button, and that button had a ripple effect when I clicked on it. So this thing is, button is an existing HTML element, but you are adding some additional functionalities or additional behaviors to your existing elements. For how you can achieve this is you can achieve them using Angular directives. Now, we have three types of Angular directives: structural, attribute, and component. So we will be learning about structural and attribute directives in this session. So component we have already learned throughout our application development from day one. So our component will be responsible for our views for a given data. Okay. So this session we will understanding about structural and attribute. So what structural directive will do is, as you can understand from the term structural, This directive is responsible for changing the appearance of your DOM by adding or removing an element. So if you think in terms of the example what we have discussed in the morning, see, we were able to add a small component which will display the user ID and name of a particular hero. So which means within the same page, without loading, we were able to add some elements. Using directive, you can achieve the same thing. Okay, so you will be changing the appearance of a page, which can be done using structural directive. Now, the second thing is attribute. So when I say attribute, what the difference between structural and attribute is, in attribute, you'll be modifying the attribute of a DOM element. Say, for example, in a button, you may add a click event, or you may enable or disable a button. So which means for a specific element, you are modifying the attribute of that particular element. So attribute directive helps us to change the appearance of your DOM by changing the attribute of a DOM element. Whereas components are directives with their own elements. They have their own elements which provides additional functionalities to your Angular application. Is this clear, guys? The components, structural, attribute, component. Okay. Next, we have so now we need to understand a more information about directives. So what are directives? Like any programming language, for Angular, directives are classes that add additional behavior to the elements in your Angular application. So which means, so when I say class, a class will have a collection of methods and properties which you can add or extend that particular class and add some extra features in your project. This is what we do. Yes or no, guys? If you think in terms of Java application, you may have different classes. If you want to make use of any one method or a different class, you can create an object for that particular class and make use of those methods. Yes or no? This is what we do. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, guys. In the same manner, directives are class which helps us to add additional behavior to our elements in our Angular application. So when I talk elements, the elements are related to your HTML tags. Okay. Next thing, the features of directives. So the directives are declarable. You can declare your directives. And when you can, how you can declare it? They must be declared by an ng model in order to be usable in an application. So guys, I'll be showing this in a demo. So remember, if you want to declare a directive in your application, it can be done through ng model in your application. And at the same time, if you want to make use of a directive, you need to mark the class with a decorator based upon the metadata provided by your directive. Okay. Now can, yes. So the purpose already we have discussed. Angular templates are dynamic. If you think in terms of the demonstration, what we have discussed in the morning, a single component was able to display another component without reloading the page, and your page was dynamic. So which means the Angular templates are dynamic. So when your Angular templates are dynamic, whenever you render your template on a browser, it has to be transformed based upon the DOM hierarchy. So how this will be done is, it will get the instructions based upon the directives. The directives will provide the instruction to the each DOM elements, which will render accordingly in your browser. Okay. Okay. Now the questions. First thing is, okay, guys, we have already seen that we already have built-in features like you can enable your button or disable a button, make your characters bold or whatever it is. You can perform these actions. Okay, so then why do we need to create our own directives? First thing we need to understand, why do we need to create our own directives? The second thing is custom directives helps you to build reusable DOM manipulation logic. Okay, so when I say reusable logic, again, think of the validation rule. You have one particular validation rule which is unique or which is specific based upon your requirement. Say your Gmail password validation rule will be different, whereas if you log into a different application, there you may have a different set of validation rule, but you have your own unique logic for the validation rule. So in that case, what is happening? You are building your own validation rule. That's why throughout your application, you can make use of that validation rule. Similarly, when you create your own directives based upon your requirement, you will be able to build and reuse those logic in your applications. Second thing. Third is, since we are going to reuse our logic, we can implement those manipulation logics in multiple components. Say for example, the example which I showed before, this one. So we had a ripple effect. So I was able to apply the same ripple effect, a button of different shape. One is with the sign, other one is with a like edit note, a pencil symbol. So we were able to implement the directive logic consistently on different elements, DOM elements. This is clear, guys? Bit theory, is it clear? But okay. So now the purpose of creating our own structural directives. So first thing, structural directives are responsible for your HTML template, or they will make changes to your how your page looks. So guys, if my voice breaks, let me know. I will repeat again because I received a notification that my internet connection is not stable. Do you want me to repeat again or can I continue, guys?
Your voice breaks sometime.
Yeah. Okay. So what I was saying is, I have already discussed that structural directives are responsible for HTML layout. So whenever you want to make changes to your existing DOM layout, your HTML layout, okay. So if you think of this image, see when the user types a name and enters, you can see one element is getting added. So which means you are adding an element or deleting an element. So when the user clicks on the delete button, that particular contact is getting deleted. So which means you are able to manipulate your HTML layout either by adding an element or removing an element. So all these features are provided by structural directives. Okay, next example. See, when I click on the add button, this will be similar to your contact validation form. So when you click on the plus symbol, what happens? You were able to add 2 additional fields for contact number. Similar thing happens here also. So when we click on the add address button, you were able to add a new or one more address for a particular user. So these features are provided by structural directives. Now, how to create our own structural directives? So first thing, what we can do is okay. Meanwhile, the application installs. Okay, guys. So go with this. So, guys, I hope you all remember. Can I have your response? What will be your the command to create a module? Can I have your responses on the chat window, guys, from all of you? Thank you, guys. Next one. So what will be the command to create a module? Sorry, create a component. Yes, ng g or generate component name. So this is the simplest rule to create your component. So if it is a component, you will have a term called component or C. Or if it is a module, you will have ngg module or m. Similarly, if you want to create a directive in your application, you just need to follow the rule ng generate directive check. So here the name check stands for the name of the directive. So we are going to create a directive. Okay. Okay, guys. Once you create your component or a module, what is the directive you will be finding in a component, guys? Sorry, a decorator. Which decorator you'll be finding in a component? No, I'm not asking about a directive. Sorry, Santosh. What I was asking is, when you create a new component, which decorator you will find on a decorator? Sorry, on a component.
Could you please repeat the question once again?
So what I asked is, when you create your own component for the first time, which decorator will be available on your component? Yes, at the rate component. Yes. So, okay, guys, if you again relate the things what we have discussed in the morning, when you create a component, you will have a decorator called at the rate component. This is a basic structure. You will have a set of input statements depending upon the input packages or libraries which you want in your application. And next, you will have a decorator called at the rate component if it is a component. Similarly, for in your directive, you will have a directive decorator called at the rate directive, just similar to your component. Instead of component, it will be at the rate directive. Similar to your selector in components, for directive, we also have a specific selector. So here in this case, we are having a selector called directive. Yeah, we have a directive called, sorry, we have a selector called check. Next, if you have need to provide some logic, you will have a class. Within your class, you will provide the logic for which you are going to create your directive. So in this example, we are just having a class called check directive. It is having a constructor, and this constructor is taking use of two parameters. One is template ref and other one is view container. So it is having two parameters. One is template ref and other one is view container. So here, if you understand, yeah. So here, this template ref references the content enclosed within the container. So when you display something, the container, say for example, in this example, hello is getting displayed on the screen or on your view. So the container to display this hello is h1 tag. Do you agree or not, guys? Okay. So first thing, this template ref will be the referring the content enclosed within the container. So here in this case, it is hello. Next thing is view container. View container means the container on which something is getting displayed. So here, if you compare this example, inside my div tag, I have h1 tag. So div is providing the view to display hello. Yes or no, guys? Yeah. Okay, I will repeat again. Okay. So what I was saying is, I will start from the beginning. Okay, if you compare this with your component structure, both will look same. Your component file will start with the import statement where you will import set of libraries required for your application. Similarly, your directives also will have some set of imports. And after your import, the second thing you will have is at the rate directive. In the case of component, you will have a decorator called at the rate component. The same thing we have here, a decorator called at the rate directive. Next, we have a selector, and in this case, the selector for this directive is check. So which means this particular selector will be made used in our view, in our HTML element. Next, after your decorators, we will have a class. So this class will have the logic, the business logic which you want to implement in your particular component. Here in this case, the default structure, you have a constructor for this class, check director, and this constructor accepts two parameters. One is template ref and view container. The template ref refers to the element within which your content is getting enclosed. So here in this case, the h1 tag is a template reference, references the content enclosed within the container. Is this clear? So inside my container div, I have a element called h1. So this is my template reference. The next thing, view container, the place or which is allowing me to display the text hello is the div tag. So div tag is my view. So div is my view container. So view container will refer to the container to which directive is being applied. So in my case, the div tag is applying the directive check. Can you see this, guys? Just a minute, I will erase it. Yeah. Is this clear till now, guys? The basic structure of your directive.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Sir, can you please repeat the constructor part, sir?
Concept of which one?
Constructor part.
Okay. Whenever
Just-
you want to create an object, you need a constructor, right? That you can remember, right? Yes, Santosh. Okay. So for check directive, this is going to be my directive. Okay. So for check directive class, I am having a constructor which will accept two parameters. Okay. Because we are going to add some functionalities to our HTML layout. So when you provide some check constraint to this particular HTML layout, you need to check for two parameters. So one is template reference. This template reference will be referring to the content enclosed within the container. Okay. Say for example, if you think of a div layout, okay. So say consider the div will be providing a layout. Inside this div layout, you may have a form. Okay, you may have a form. So in this case, my container is the div tag. The content inside the container will be my form. Okay, if you think in this example, the div tag is the container which helps me to display a text hello using the h1 tag. So template ref will be referring to the content inside your container, so which in this case is h1 hello. The second parameter will be view container. So from the name you can understand view container, the container which is providing some space to display your text. So in this case, the div tag is my container which will be implementing the directive which I will be providing here. Is this clear?
Yes, sir. Understood.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
it references the container to which the directive is going to be applied. Okay. This thing is complete. Next, here we are saying that this particular check constraint is going to get input from a parent component. So the parent component will send or will pass some data to your child component. So here the data which it is going to receive is, it will be in the format of Boolean. It can be either true or false. That's it. Is it clear, guys? Is this clear? The directive structure? Now we need to understand what do we mean by the star notation. Okay, so here you can see we have star check. So what does this star mean? Star notation is a structural directive. So here it is a directive which tells the Angular that you will be manipulating your DOM. So here we are going to manipulate our div tag. So by manipulating our div tag, we'll either display hello or we will not display hello. That's what we are going to do. So in your directive class, we have a decorated directive, a class which will be referring to your two parameters. One is for your container and second one is for your text inside your container. That's it. How it is going to reflect in your HTML pages, in your HTML taggers, we will make use of a star symbol. So the star symbol says that this particular DOM element will be manipulated using a directive. Next, what happens? So these directives are converted into a syntax which is based upon ng template syntax. Okay, so what it will look is something like this one. What we have provided is, we have provided a tag div star check equals to true, and within div tag we have h1 hello. But when you run your Angular application, when you build and run your application, what is happening? This particular code block is getting converted to something like this. So which means it wraps your div tag with a ng template tag with a check constraint equals to true. This will happen. So just like you, when you compile your TypeScript file, it is generating a JavaScript file. Similar to that, what happens when you add directives to your HTML components? What will happen when you run the application? Those components which contain directives will be converted to a equivalent ng template structure. Is it clear? Step 2. Is this clear, guys? What about others? I just received a reply from very few. Yeah. Okay. So just like your HTML, the code remains the same. Only thing is you are wrapping it up with a ng template tag. It is just a HTML code. Okay. So what is happening? How the code is getting executed after converting? So we have seen that your directive class will have two parameters. One is template ref and view containers. So what will happen is your directive, the symbol star symbol which we have seen in our HTML page. Okay, it will say that Angular to provide some template reference. What it will do? Again, template ref is a class and way to reference your ng template in the component or directive class. Can you see this, guys? Can you see template ref? We are creating an object for template ref with the name template ref. So what we are doing, what it actually means, template ref is a class. Similarly, view container is also a class, and the object name is view container in this example. So what is the benefit of having this object? So you are just saying that this particular element of my HTML layout should be wrapped up with the ng template during the transformation. Is this clear? Is this clear till now? So once we are able to wrap our HTML layout tag with a ng template, you are provided with the ability to manipulate your templates. You can manipulate your templates based upon the status or the logic you have provided. Next, this template will be inserted into your DOM when the condition is true by calling a method of create embedded view of view container ref. You can see we have used two objects. One is template ref and view container. So template ref is responsible for wrapping up your HTML layout based upon your directive. So it will take care of the transformation. Whereas the view container will be responsible whether it should display or enable or disable a particular view element. So how this will be done? This view container, of using this view container object, it will refer to a method called create embedded view, and this method will be responsible for enabling, disabling, or removing a particular element in your HTML layout. Is this clear, guys? Yes or no?
Sir, can you repeat this point again?
Yes. Okay. So guys, what actually happens is, I will repeat again. Your directive class will have two objects. One is template ref and view container. So what template ref will do is, template ref object is responsible for wrapping up your HTML layout code, which is going to implement your directive and wrap it with ng template tag. So it is responsible for providing this transformation. In your code, it will be just div star check equal to true h1 hello div. But using or this star notation will tell that this particular view has to be transformed. So how it is going to transform? The template ref will wrap this div tag with the ng template, and it will create its own HTML structure. And next, now you need to manipulate your layout. Either you need to enable it, disable it, or remove it. You need to manipulate your elements. So for manipulating your elements, we will be making use of the view container object. So using the view container object, what Angular will do is, it will refer to a method called create embedded view. So this particular method will be manipulate or insert a particular DOM element if the condition is true. If the condition is false, it will not insert. If the condition is true, it will insert. Similarly, if you want to remove a particular element, you can make use of the method clear method. So this particular method will remove a particular template from the DOM. Is this clear, Aishwarya? Yes. Thank you. Wait a minute. Now let's do it. Okay, guys, while the application starts running, I will tell you what is happening here. Say it is a normal Angular project, a plain Angular project where you'll be having one app component, and we have few files like main.ts, polyfills, and style.cs and test.cs. Forget about these things. Okay. Now, can you see we have added two directives inside our app component? Check.directive ts and one is for testing. Check directive dot spec dot ts. Are you able to see this, guys? We will have exactly the same code what we have discussed. So you can see this particular directive depends on four libraries. One is for directive input. Since we are going to make use of input decorator, we want to make use of input library, and then we are going to create two objects. One is for template ref and view container ref, which is responsible for manipulating your view. So I am just importing those libraries also, which is available from Angular core. Done. So next, the selector is just checked. Fine. And now inside my constructor, we are having a method set check data boolean. So how it will check? If the condition is true, initially it will clear. If the condition is true, it will log the data, and using the method create embedded view, you will enable it. Okay, do you remember this? Just now we have discussed. So we will make use of create embedded view method to insert a DOM element to our HTML layout. So is it clear, guys? Is this clear? I will show the output. Okay. So what is happening? If the condition is true, this particular element. So this template reference will be referring to our div tag, which is check directive. If the condition is false, this particular block will not be executed, which means div tag will not be added or displayed on the page. So now moving to our app.component.html page, we are just having one HTML. Okay, so I will show you in both the cases. Okay, we can. Yeah. So can you see this? It is just displaying hello. Now, if I comment this and uncomment this and run, the output still remains the same. So what is happening? So instead of true, if I make this as false, are you able to see this, guys? Your output is just a white screen. Yes. If you want, I can add one more thing. What I will do is I will just add one more div, and this div will be true, and this will be hello dear learners. So now it will just display hello dear learners. So what we are actually doing, guys, we have just created one directive, okay, which will enable or disable a particular block of component, a particular div. Okay, so how I can use it is just by calling its name. So the directive selector is check. I'm just going to use this selector name for my component, say, yeah, with the star symbol. I'm making use of the selector and I'm passing a value. And again, this is depends upon the logic you are using, guys. Here, based upon a Boolean condition, we are enabling or disabling a particular block of HTML layout. So if both are true, what will happen? Both will be displayed. Hello, hello, dear learners. So instead of instead of typing the true or false status manually, say in your code you may have a logic based upon a button event or based upon some user action. What you can do, you can set this property to either true or false. So based upon the true or false status, that particular element can be displayed or removed from a user. Say for example, in some applications you will be having two different types of access. One is a user with a premium access. You will be having some extra features like, yeah, consider your OTT applications. If you are a premium customer, you will be allowed to record a video or you will be allowed to pass a content. Okay, whereas a normal user without a free user, yeah, I will. Yes, sessions, I will come to that. Say if you are a free user, so a free user will not have the functionalities to forward or pass or record a particular live streaming content. So in that case, what you can do, depending upon the particular user's membership, you can enable or disable a particular component or a event for that particular user. Is this clear, guys, till now? Yes. Okay. Now, to answer your question, Prashanchal, okay, say you can have n number of directives. You don't have any restrictions. Say, for example, you can have one directive for password validation. Okay, you can have one directive for password validation, which means when the user provides some input, you need to validate that particular password or you need to enable a layout which will, you're not password, yeah, your user logins. Sometimes you have two or different options. If I select on particular one checkbox, you will be having some options like username and your role. If your role is admin, you will have to provide some set of input. If you have or a normal user, then you will have a different set of input. So you can have a separate validation rule for that particular user. Next, you can have one more directive to enable or disable a button. just like the example which I discussed for live streaming. A pass or record option will not be enabled for a free user. It will be enabled for a premium user. So in this, if you consider your OTT application, you will have different types of directives. One is for enabling or disabling a particular button. One is for validating the user's login. But only thing is how you are making use of them. Say if this application is having 10 different components, even in 10 different components, I can make use of all the directives or just one directive also. Say for example, in this example, what I will do, if I remove this, there is nothing going to change. Only this particular hello will be manipulated based upon the directive. It is all depend how you use. You can have more than one directive, and you can also have a component which does not implement the directives also. So in this case also it will work. Is this clear? Have I answered your question, Prashant sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So as of now, guys, do you have any doubt? If you want, I can continue again, repeat again. Just one more thing to go. That's it. Can I have your responses, guys? I have received response from Ajay. What about others? Is there any doubt?
Sir, we can use directive only for checking. Like in decorators, we are using it for different purpose. So we can use the directive only for checking.
No. It depends upon the logic you are providing in your directive. So here in this logic, we are just enabling or disabling based upon a condition, true or false.
Yes.
See, if this particular input is from a parent component, if that particular parent component says it is true, what happens? This particular component will be displayed. Or if it is false, the component will not be displayed. And this is simple logic for the demonstration. But you can have any logic. Say, instead of something like this, say if this div tag is within this div, even you can manipulate this particular div individually also. Star check. So I have given it true. Is this clear?
Yes, sir.
So it all depends on the logic how you have created. So this is just a simple demo to make you understand how a directive works and how it can be implemented. Anything else, guys, apart from this? Others? Yes, thank you, guys. Now we can continue with our next thing. So before we continue, guys, can you answer this question? Is the following day valid for applying custom structural directive delay on the div element? Is it valid or not? Okay, Pranali, you have said yes. Okay. Okay. Pranali, I want your explanation. Why you are saying that this is a valid custom structural directive?
I thought the given the value delay is
We have given the value, but if you observe, guys, again, if some of you have not understood, I'm repeating. So guys, if you observe the general rule, what we need, your tag, wait a minute, I will clear all this. Yeah. So if you check, can you see this? We have a star symbol before our directive.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if your directive should be valid, means it should have a star symbol, which means if there is a star symbol before this delay, then it is a valid structural directive. Okay, so that's why this one is not a valid structural directive. Is this clear, Pranali? Is your doubt clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next thing. So now identify the elements referenced by template ref and view container ref. So I've told you that you will have two types of objects. One is template ref and view container ref. So in this code snippet, which one is template ref and which one is view container ref? So guys, I want your answers. Okay, Ajay, what about the next one? Which one is template? Yes, thank you, Santosh. Rohini, Rohini, your answer is wrong. Okay, I will explain. Vashat, div is your template ref, but which div? We have three divs here. Which div is your template ref? Aishwarya, again, you are also having the same answer. I want to know which div is the template ref. We have a div with star repeat, we have a div without any directive, and a div with text interpolation. Okay. So I need to get back to our code again. So guys, I will repeat once again. Okay. Your template ref will be referring the content enclosed within the container. Okay. It will be a content which is going to be enabled or disabled. The content inside your container. Whereas the view container is a container to which the directive is going to be applied. If you check the arrow marks carefully, here in this example, div with star check true is my view container. Okay, so based on this, if you check, my div with star repeat, or the div which is going to apply my directive is view container ref, and the inner div after your div with repeat. So these these two div are referenced by template ref. So which means if I am able to manipulate this particular div, I can either add or remove a element in from this div. And if you observe here, we are having a iterator here. Let item of item list. So what is happening? Item list is a list of objects. For each item, you will be inserting one div element with a name. Is this clear? Because many gave a wrong answer. I think now you have it is got cleared. What about others? Navneet, I've not received your reply.
So just to confirm, the main content that needs to be displayed will be referenced by template REF, and the annotation which will be marked for the structural directive will be referenced by view container REF.
View container, yes. Yes, Aishwarya. Is there anything else?
No, sir. Just wanted to confirm what I have understood.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So now we can move to our next, which one is attribute directive. So here what we are going to discuss. So consider this video, guys. So what is happening here, guys? Text is moving. Okay. Apart from this, so consider the example what we have discussed before. A block medium. So medium block is providing you a ability to highlight a particular text. So which means a particular element is modified based upon the user's input. Okay. So here attribute directive listens to the user input, or based upon the logic, what it will do, it will modify the behavior of HTML elements, attributes, properties, and components. This is clear. So if you consider this as a p tag, a content which is provided inside a p tag, so then what we are trying to do, based upon the selection, it is getting highlighted with the blue color. Yes or no, guys? Yes. So this can be achieved using attribute directive. So one more example. Yeah. How to create your own custom attribute directive. Okay. Here in this example, again, we are just going to create our own directive. But the difference here is, can you see this, guys? We are importing two different packages. One is host listener and second one is host binding. Can you see this? I want your confirmation and please make a note of it. Yes. So if you compare this structure with the directive what we discussed before, the previous directive what we discussed contained template ref and view container ref, which was used for structural directive. Here we are going to make use of attribute directive. So for attribute directive, we are making use of two libraries which are provided by Angular 4, which is host listener and host binding. And apart from that, we don't have many changes. You will have a directive decorator, and after your directive decorator, you will have a selector for this particular directive, and then we are having the logic for our directive. And inside, how we are going to make use of this logic, because we are going to manipulate a particular attribute of a particular element or a component. So how this can be done? Say we are again making use of this input decorator, which means you are going to get input from a parent component or from a different logic. So based upon the input, what you are going to change, you are going to change the color. So how? For that, you are making use of a decorator host binding. So this decorator host binding is provided by my library host binding. So here, using a property style dot background color, we are able to change the background color of a string. Is this clear? First part. Is this clear, guys?
Sir, a small dot.
Yes.
Sir, input will come at in the place of empty string, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
You are going to provide a input. Is this clear? Anything else? So guys, if you're not able to understand, please ping me now. I will repeat again. So can I move to the next one? Yes. Okay. What about others? Okay. Thank you, guys. So next thing is, now, whenever you have an event, okay, think of your button, guys. So in terms of button, when I click on a button, we say that you have a event for that event took place. And at the same time, you will have another term called event listener. Yes or no, guys? What is the purpose of that particular event listener? Can anyone unmute yourself and say what is the purpose of an event listener? Or you can just type, please, I need the answer. Hello, guys, I'm waiting for your answers. Handle the event or wait for the event? Ajay. Okay. Thank you, guys. So what the event listener will do is, it will wait. It is just like a watchdog. It will wait till a particular event happens. Similarly, your host listener will provide you an ability which will listen to a particular event. So here, this particular host listener is waiting whether you are providing some focus. So which means, if you consider this video example, so you are focusing on a particular text. You are, what say, you are highlighting a particular text. So which means you are having some focus on a particular field. So what host listener will do is, it will, here in this example, it is just waiting whether a focus event takes place or not. If a focus event takes place, what will happen? It will call on focus method. So on focus method is a event handler. So just like when you click on a button, you will have a method which will be called. So which that method will be called as a event handler. So that method is responsible for providing services based upon a click event. The same thing happens here also. The host listener will wait till you perform some event takes place. So when here we are waiting for a focus event. So when you focus on a particular text, what happens? The on focus method will be called and it will try to change the background color of that particular text. And next, what if you want to blur the text? So it will just wait till you have a blur event takes place. So when a blur event takes place, it will call on blur method, and this blur method will have a logic whether it should remove the color, or you can have a different logic, or you can have your own logic. This is what happens here. Is this clear, guys? The directive part. Okay. If you think in terms of structural directive, we made use of a symbol called star, but in the case of attribute directive, we are not going to use the star symbol. So now, what is the difference between host binding and host listener? Host binding allows directives to communicate with their host element. Okay, so this one is just similar to your view container. So it helps you to communicate with that particular host element. Whereas host listener wait or till a particular interaction or till a particular event takes place, it will wait, and once the particular event takes place, it allows the decorator that particular directive to be applied. So the decorator allows a directive to listen to the event and on its host element. Okay, on a particular element, this will wait for a event. Whereas host binding, the decorator binds your directive to the DOM property of that particular element. So you need both host binding and host listener, which means you need at least one host binding and you can have more than one host listener depending on your logic. Is this clear? Is this clear, guys? Okay, so this example is based upon element rep. Instead of host binding, we are making use of element rep. So what if I'm using element rep instead of using a decorator, you will have a constructor for your class which will have an argument of element rep. Nothing different, guys. The logic remains the same. Instead of using @ host binder decorator, if you are using element ref, you will have a constructor which will have an object of element reference. So what is the benefit of it? So element ref grants direct access to your DOM element through its native element property. So which means, so I'm just going to access a element directly through its reference. Okay, here in host binding, you are not accessing a particular element. Instead, you are waiting or listening for a particular event to take place. It can be any type of event. In the example, it is on focus and on blur. Only when this event takes place, that particular logic will be executed. But in element ref, using element ref object, you are able to access or manipulate a DOM element through its property. So what happens? Like I said, it is injected through the constructor of the directive class. And what they are advising is you should use this as the last option when direct access to the DOM is needed. Okay. So what they are trying to say is, say you need to make use of this element ref only if you want to access a particular element directly without using host binding. Is this clear? Can I move to the demonstration, guys? Sorry. Can I move to the next one? So next one, instead of using element ref or host binding, we are going to make use of render, element ref and renderer. So what this renderer is going to do is, this is again a class. Unlike other decorators, renderer is a class. So which means you are able to create an object for this renderer. And what is the benefit of this? You are going to, you are going to provide abstraction in the form of a service for a particular DOM element. So how the service allows manipulating the elements of the app without having to touch the DOM directly. Just similar to your host binding, what happens? The renderer will help you to manipulate your elements without accessing a particular DOM directly. So the benefit is, it is easy to develop your apps that can be rendered in any environment that won't have DOM access, because this is a feature depending upon the environment where your application is being executed. So if a particular in a particular environment, if you're not able to access DOM, then you will not be able to make use of post binding or elementor. In that situation, you can make use of render to object. So again, you are passing this render to as an object to your constructor, director constructor. And how you are going to set the size using this renderer object. You have properties like, for focus we have a property like set style, and based upon the element ref and what you are going to access, you are going to access a native element, and in the native element you are just going to change the background color to a color which you are providing. Similarly, for blur event, using the element reference, we are going to change a native element. The element is background color. What we are going to change for this background color, the property is going to be changed to null. Just 3 different options, guys. Is this clear? Please, I need your confirmation, guys. Others? Okay, we can move to our demo. So I will remove this character. Okay, guys. So here you can see this directive structure is exactly similar to the previous demonstration, except the logic what we have used here. We are going to make use of host listener and host binding, and just the code what I have discussed till now. So one is based upon host binding. You will be connecting, waiting for your host to event to take place, and based upon the host listener decorator, if it is a focus event, you will change the color. If it is a blur event, you will remove the color. So in your app.component.html, we are just making use of that particular directive. Is this clear? So now the application will run and I will show you how the code is getting executed. Other code are just same, guys, nothing to change. It is just a simple hello world application with some directives. Right. Okay, Siddhesh, I will repeat once again the thing which I was discussing the last. No, demo I have not discussed, Siddhesh, just the application started executing. Okay, while the application builds, I will revise for you. So Siddhesh, were you present when I was discussing about element ref? Okay. What about the next one with render ref? Quick check. Quick check. I have not done. Siddhesh, I think you were available for this session also for render when I was discussing about render. Okay, then no issues. I think, yeah, now the application is running. So guys, can you see there is a text field? When I click on this text field, it is changing to green. When I remove my cursor, which means when I remove the focus, the color returns to blank. So I can show you by changing the color. Yeah, instead of green, I will make this to blue. So what happens now? The color will be changed to blue. So on focus, the color is getting changed to blue. When I remove my focus, the color is returning back to white color. So how this is happening? This app focus is a directive for a specific attribute. Next, in this, what we are doing is it is waiting for an input from the parent component. So here the parent component is app.component.html. So whenever there is some change which is being done in this HTML, it is passed on to this input property. So when it receives some color, okay, so now it is blue. So the blue color is being provided to the app focus. So what happens when I focus on a particular text field? What happens? the color is getting changed to the color what I have passed. So which is blue color. When I remove my focus, which means you are calling a on blur event. So during the on blur event, what happens? The color is getting removed. So which means it returns back to its initial state. Is this clear? Nothing special, guys. It is exactly what we have discussed for structural directive. Only thing is we have different methods and properties. That's it. Guys, can I have your quick response? So if I have your response, I can roll out one more exercise for this session.
Sir, this on focus is a predefined function.
Yeah, predefined method which is provided.
Okay.
Okay, Santosh, thank you. What I will do is guys, are you able to see the slide? Anyone confirm? Yeah. So guys, based upon what we have discussed till now, you are going to have you are going to create one application which will provide a zoom interface for your images. Okay, which means when I hover the mouse pointer over an image, it will be zoomed a little and it will be just raised from other images. Okay, so first we need to understand what is pluggable animation and why do we need a pluggable animation. Okay, I will just explain it. So guys, if you fork this particular assignment, you will just have a readme file, so you'll not be having any issue in creating your own project. So you can create your own Angular project from the scratch. So now we need to understand what is a pluggable animation. So say for example, different applications provide you with different features. Only then the user will be able to returning or will be accessing that particular website multiple times. Okay, see, if you don't like a particular website, you will not be accessing it. Yes or no, guys? Because you need something which looks simple, and at the same time the user interface should be simple and you like something on that particular interface. So we call it a pleasing aesthetics. Okay, the appearance of that particular view should be pleasing. So how to improve is, say if you check on some websites, you can see the images getting displayed as a slideshow. So for every 1 second or a few seconds, the images will be changed, or when you hover your mouse on a particular image or a text, that particular image may be highlighted either by having more focus on that particular image. So these helps us to provide a visually looking good user interface, and user has some good user experience. So one thing is you can provide animation effects to pictures, the images which are getting displayed. But if there are more than one pictures, it is not a good practice to create a animation effect, individual animation effect for all the pictures. The best thing is you can have one animation effect which will be applied to all images depending on the requirement. So here you are going to create one animation which will be applied to different images. So in our terms, you are going to create a directive. The directive will provide some animation to the images. So the rule, the element should zoom when hovered upon. So which means, so when I move the mouse on a particular image, it should be zoomed. If I remove the mouse, it should be zoomed out. And also they have one more condition: when the element is zoomed, it should not be overlapping to the adjacent element. Say if the image 1 is getting zoomed, it should not covering the space of image 2 or image 3 or the adjacent images. So when this image is getting zoomed, the other images should shift accordingly. And then when zoom out, which means when you move your mouse away from the image, it should zoom out, and at the same time your transition should be a smooth transition. And you need to provide one option which will allow you to disable the zoom effect. Is this clear, guys? Is this clear till now? Guys, I'm waiting for your response. Yeah, okay. Now, when you can start working on this is, see, you have a note. Once you have completed your task 3 in the challenge what I've discussed in the morning, okay, you had 3 tasks. One is masonry layout, a keep note app, and a imagegram application. So if you have completed your imagegram application, you can make use of the same project for this project also. Only thing is you need to add a directive, and that directive will provide zoom in and zoom out or transition features to your applications which you have created in your imagegram. Is this clear?
We have to do the changes in directive or in
Directive.
CSS.
Directive.
Okay.
Okay, you will create a directive, and you will just refer this directive for each pictures, and you need to add one more option where the user can enable or disable the zoom in zoom out effect. Is it clear? Yes or no? Yeah. So guys, the deadline for completing the 2 exercises, okay, the first exercise password validation, the second one publishing your component, is by I expect you guys to complete it by 7 o'clock. I guess most of you would have started it. It is less complex, so I guess you can complete it by 7 o'clock. Can you guys take a break for 10 minutes and start working on it and complete it by 7 o'clock, guys? Yes. What about others, guys? I have received. Yeah. So guys, I'm sure you I'm aware that you all have some pending exercises to be taken care, but at least try to complete at least the morning practice exercises what I have discussed, because only when you the practice exercise what we have discussed in the morning, and try to run the demo code which I'll be sharing and understand the directives. Okay, because only when you practice you will be able to understand the concept and you will be able to remember it. Once you have not practiced it, what happens eventually, even if you remember the concepts, but when you try to implement a logic or when you start creating your applications, you will find it difficult. So I advise you to recreate whatever is being discussed during the session immediately after the session. It can be a practice exercise, or you can have your own exercise based on the demo what we have discussed. Just recreate what is being discussed. Only then you will be remembering the concepts or steps what we are discussing during the session. And one more thing, and this is just an advice, guys. Again, it is again based on the advice what I gave you in the morning. See, putting efforts and completing your task is good thing, okay, but try to make it or make your efforts in a smart way. Two things to be taken care, guys. If you are start working on a particular exercise or a challenge, even if you work for 2 hours or 3 hours, so time just flies. Okay, it will just look like that you have started working on a exercise or a challenge, but after some time when you check on the time, it will be more than 1 hour or 2 hours. Do you agree this, guys? Yes. So what you need to do while solving is make it as a habit, guys. Every half an hour, at least for half an hour, okay, maximum 1 hour, at least for every half an hour or maximum 1 hour, take a break of 5 to 10 minutes, guys. Okay, so one is, the more you work on a particular task, it is more prone to mistakes. Okay, what happens is eventually your brain will be dehydrated, and once your brain is getting dehydrated, even if you remember few concepts or even if you understand the logic, you will not be able to recreate it, or you will not be effective as and when your mind is hydrated. Okay, so I advise you guys to take a break every 5 or 10 minutes, sorry, every half an hour, break for 5 or 10 minutes, and at least have a cup of water at regular intervals. Okay, because two things again, if you are hydrated properly, you will be more productive and you can work as expected. And second thing, the more you depend on your computer or the more you watch on your computer, your eyes are getting affected, because we forget to blink our eyes. When we start working on our task, we forget to blink our eyes. So the more we forget to blink our eyes, we have more chance of getting a eyesight problem. So have this as an habit, guys. Every half an hour or 20 minutes, take a rest or take a break, have some water, and try to watch something away from your side, which is a little longer than your computer screen. Please don't watch again mobile screen after, since I am asking you to take a break, and if you're making using your mobile phone again, it's of no use. Your eyes are again just strained, and taking a rest is of no use. So remember this, guys. Keep yourself hydrated. Take a break at least every half an hour. Is it clear, guys? Just a break of 5 minutes. Is it clear, guys? And like I said in the morning, during the night, don't make it as a habit to work in the late night. Two things, guys. If you work in the late night, you should have some time to sleep in the daytime. But during the session, you'll not be having time to sleep, because the next day you'll have a session and you need to attend a session. It can be your college or it can be our training, whatever it is. So depends on the situation. You need to balance yourself, guys. Don't try to work beyond 11 o'clock. You should get at least 6 to 7 hours of sleep. 6 hours is minimum required. If you're sleeping less and if you're working more, again you are losing your productivity. And like I said, it becomes a cycle. So when you're less productive, you will get some backlogs in terms of our training session. If it is your college related task or something else, you will not be able to that complete or pay attention to that particular thing. And again, it is a cycle. The backlogs get increased, you work hard, and during the weekends, Saturdays or Sundays, you spend your time in completing those backlogs. So it will be repeated continuously. So try to make a balance between your health and your task, so which will help you to be more productive, guys. This is clear. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Is there anyone wants to say something? Okay, guys. That's it from my side. Okay, I'll be available online till 6 o'clock. If you have any queries, you can ping on. This session will be live, or else after 6 o'clock, if I end this session, you can ping me on Slack, guys. We can check if you are facing any issues. And now, so I will stop sharing my screen. Santosh, can you share your screen and we can check what is your issue you are facing? Others, have a break for 5 minutes and start working, guys, on your exercise.
Sir, regarding which problem, sir?
Your repo.
Oh, no, sir. It's I have pushed the code, sir. I have shared the link in the Google Meet. If you see.
Sorry, share the link in.
Sir, I have no issue, sir. I have done with my issue.
No, Santosh.
Today only, sir. I have pushed the code and